So, once more, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, a warm welcome to this year's conference of the Center for Liberal Modernity, the Ukraine and Europe. The title of this event is A Common Security Policy for Ukraine and Europe. And a special welcome to our international guests and a very special welcome to our guests from Ukraine. We are very happy to have you with us. And we will start now with a welcome address by Marie-Louise Beck, co-founder of the Center for Liberal Modernity, long-term advocate for Ukraine, and citizen of honor of Odessa. Please, Marie.
Thank you, Ralph, and welcome to everybody of you. I think the bigger the community is, which is sticking to Ukraine, which is understanding that it is not about them, but about us, they are our friends. And now I think I should switch to German. Okay. Wir haben bei uns im LibMod die Entwicklung im Nahen Osten sehr kontrovers diskutiert. Die zur Ukraine arbeiten, haben sofort ein sehr ungemütliches Gefühl bekommen, ein eher furchtsames Gefühl, weil ihnen klar war, dass das zunächst einmal für die Ukraine eine Burden sein würde, eine Belastung, ein Rückschlag. Nicht nur, weil die öffentliche Aufmerksamkeit weggehen würde von der Ukraine, sondern weil es noch einmal so deutlich gezeigt hat, dass ein Präsident Trump, der immer und immer wieder gezögert hat, die Ukraine zu unterstützen, der fast manchmal den Eindruck erweckte, er würde doch auf der Seite Putins stehen, weil absehbar war, dass militärische Ausrüstung knapp werden würde, die die Ukraine dringend braucht. Das alles war sofort präsent und ist ja derzeit tatsächlich auch ein großes Problem für die Ukraine. Es gibt aber auch einen zweiten Aspekt, und zwar den, dass der Iran, der gegenüber Russland und mit China und Nordkorea die Achse bildet der totalitären Staaten, die sich untereinander unterstützen. Und der Iran ist mittelbar derjenige gewesen, das Land gewesen, was in der Kriegsführung der Ukraine am meisten Schwierigkeiten gemacht hat über die Belieferung von Russland. Die deutsche Haltung war nicht immer ganz eindeutig, wenn wir auf unseren Kanzler schauen, mit zunächst einmal einem zurückhaltenden Kommentar noch im Weißen Haus, dann aber mit einer sehr starken Abkehr von dieser Intervention mit dem Satz, das ist nicht unser Krieg. Und dieser Satz muss all jene, die sehen, dass es eine Verbindung zwischen Iran und Russland gibt, dieser Satz kann uns nur tief beunruhigen und zeigt, dass immer noch nicht verstanden worden ist, dass es Zusammenhänge gibt auf der Welt, geostrategische Zusammenhänge, die wir endlich lernen müssen zu verstehen. Richtig wäre gewesen zu sagen, ja, Präsident Trump, es wäre gut gewesen, wir hätten uns abgestimmt und wir als Europäische Union hätten angenommen, eine Forderung von den USA, dass tatsächlich in der Ukraine der Krieg geführt wird gegen die Ukraine, der gegen uns, gegen Europa, gegen die Europäische Union geführt wird. Und wir hätten abstimmen müssen, du im Nahen Osten und wir in Europa, in der Ukraine. Es war eigentlich in der Sekunde klar, dass dieser Satz, das ist nicht unser Krieg, eine Steilvorlage für Präsident Trump wäre, der zurückgeben würde, und die Ukraine ist nicht unser Krieg. Also eine wirklich schwer nachvollziehbare Zickzackkurs und wieder mal ein Hinweis darauf, wie schwer wir uns tun, geostrategisch zu denken und endlich zu verstehen, dass die Realität auf der Welt sich verändert hat und dass wir nicht mehr in unserer gemütlichen europäischen Ecke bleiben können. Kurzfristig, ja, bekommt Russland und Putin wieder Geld in die Kassen über die steigenden Ölpreise. Aber es kann auch sein, dass die Entwicklung im Iran und im Nahen Osten zu einem Paradoxon führt, nämlich falls es zu einem Abkommen mit dem Iran kommen wird, werden die Öl- und Vorräte Irans wieder auf den internationalen Markt kommen und die Preise senken. Es war der ehemalige Regenschreiber von Putin, Galiljamow, der jetzt aus dem Exil gesagt hat, innerhalb des russischen Militärs herrscht eine sehr große Beunruhigung, weil der israelisch-amerikanische Krieg gegen den Iran gezeigt hat, was für erstaunliche militärische Fähigkeiten diese beiden Länder haben. Es ist bekannt, dass Präsident Trump bereits jetzt für eine deutliche Zunahme der Kapazitäten der Rüstungsfirmen sich eingesetzt hat, und das wird kommen. Das heißt, es wird wieder um die Frage gehen, wie viel Zeit hat die Ukraine, was muss sie leisten und hat sie uns und die NATO an ihrer Seite. Das nicht strategische Denken ist für viele Ukrainer nach wie vor inzwischen fast nicht mehr nachvollziehbar bei uns. Und was wir eigentlich sehen innerhalb der Europäischen Union, und es fängt an, auch deutlich formuliert zu werden, dass es derzeit nur eine einzige Armee gibt innerhalb des europäischen Westens, die überhaupt verteidigungsfähig ist. Und das ist die ukrainische. Das heißt, es verbietet sich, noch ein einziges Mal den Satz zu verwenden, wir helfen der Ukraine. Denn faktisch hilft die Ukraine bereits uns. Die baltischen Staaten wissen das, sie weisen uns sehr deutlich darauf hin. Und das heißt, dass wir sagen müssen, in der Ukraine, das ist unser Krieg. Und wir müssen den Ukrainern dankbar sein, obwohl wir sie so schlecht unterstützt haben, obwohl so viele Menschen ihr Leben verlieren und so viel Zerstörung stattfindet, dass sie uns schützen vor einer russischen Aggression. Denn solange der Krieg in der Ukraine geführt wird, wird Putin kein zweites Mal sein Militär losschicken können. Also ein neuer Blick auf die Ukraine. Es ist unser Krieg, und in diesem Geist sollten wir auch über das Thema für die Konferenz, das wir uns gesetzt haben, mit den Ukrainern und mit anderen europäischen Partnern, die das verstanden haben, diskutieren. Vielen Dank.
Vielen Dank, Marie. Das ist jetzt die 5. Konferenz Ukraine und Europa, die wir durchführen seit der russische Großangriff begonnen hat. Tausende getötete Zivilisten, sicher mehr als 100.000 gefallene und verwundete ukrainische Soldaten, zerstörte Städte, Kraftwerke, Kliniken, Universitäten. Begonnen hat das alles schon vor 12 Jahren. Und auch das Versagen des Westens, der Mangel an Entschlossenheit, Russland in die Schranken zu weisen und die Ukraine mit aller Kraft zu unterstützen, hat eine lange Geschichte. Und sie dauert bis heute an. Dennoch steht die Ukraine heute in vieler Hinsicht stärker da als zu Beginn des Krieges. Marie-Louise und ich waren im Frühjahr 2022 in Kiew, als die russischen Truppen in den Vororten der Hauptstadt standen und man im Zentrum das Artilleriefeuer hören konnte. Die Stadt war damals halb ausgestorben. Abends wurden die Lichter abgeschaltet, das öffentliche Leben fand nicht mehr statt. Es gab damals nicht viele im Westen, die daran glaubten, dass die Ukraine sich gegen die riesige russische Militärmaschine behaupten kann. Und wer hätte gedacht, dass heute westliche Offiziere in die Ukraine fahren, nicht um ihr Ratschläge zu erteilen, sondern um von ihr zu lernen. Und wer konnte sich zu Beginn des Krieges vorstellen, dass ukrainische Experten heute die Golfstaaten dabei unterstützen, die iranischen Raketenangriffe abzuwehren? Niemand will dringender ein Ende dieses Krieges als die Menschen in der Ukraine. Was sie nicht wollen, ist Unterwerfung unter Russland. Die Ukraine wird nicht klein beigeben. Wann und wie dieser Krieg aber enden wird, hängt entscheidend von Europa ab. Und das gilt umso mehr, nachdem die USA sich eher gegen die Ukraine als gegen den Aggressor Russland stellt. Präsident Trump mobbt Zelensky und rollt Putin den roten Teppich aus. Es ist wahr, Deutschland tut inzwischen eine ganze Menge. Quantitativ sind wir der größte Unterstützer der Ukraine. Aber gemessen an ihrer Wirtschaftskraft tun andere in Europa mehr. Und noch immer sind wir nicht an dem Punkt, von dem Marie-Louise gesprochen hat, dass dieser Krieg auch unser Krieg ist. Dass die Europäische Union sich nicht traut, auf die Gelder der russischen Staatsbank zuzugreifen und dass die Bundesregierung nicht längst Taurus liefert, ist eine Ermutigung für Putin, der auf die Schwäche Europas spekuliert. Die Frage ist nicht, was wir schon alles tun, sondern ob wir genug tun, damit die Ukraine die Oberhand gewinnen kann. Das ist der einzige Weg, Putin zu einem Frieden zu zwingen, der diesen Namen verdient. Die Ukraine, ich zitiere Marie, ist kein Hilfeempfänger, der dankbar für jeden Euro und jede Waffenlieferung sein muss. Sie ist ein Eckpfeiler europäischer Sicherheit, die erste Frontlinie zur Abwehr der russischen Machtansprüche, die nicht am Dnipro Halt machen. Diese Ukraine ist heute die Herzkammer Europas. Sie zahlt den höchsten Preis für das, was Europa im Kern ausmacht: das Streben nach Freiheit und Selbstbestimmung. Ohne die enorme Resilienz der ukrainischen Zivilgesellschaft, ohne die vielen Initiativen zur Unterstützung der Front und zur Bewältigung des Alltags im Krieg hätte die Ukraine nicht überlebt. Es ist diese Kultur des Widerstands, die Putin krass unterschätzt hat und von der wir alle lernen können. Der ukrainische Philosoph Volodymyr Jarmolenko hat dazu dieser Tage ein Buch veröffentlicht, Widerstand, der Freiheitskampf der Ukraine, das von diesem Widerstandsgeist handelt. Und ich freue mich sehr, dass er hier gleich die Keynote halten wird. Aber bevor Volodymyr das Wort ergreift, möchte ich mich bei all meinen Kollegen bedanken, die diese Konferenz auf die Beine gestellt haben. Vorweg bei unserem Ukraine-Team, Simon Schlegel, Daria Malling, Karina Schulte und Diana Tovna. Super Job, wie immer. Danke auch an die Open Society Foundation und ihr Europa-Team, ohne deren Unterstützung diese Konferenz nicht stattfinden könnte. Jetzt aber Bühne frei für Volodymyr, Philosoph, Schriftsteller, Präsident des PEN Ukraine und ein langjähriger Freund. Und immer, wenn wir uns in den letzten Jahren in Kiew getroffen haben, habe ich seine unaufgeregte, ruhige Zuversicht bewundert. Volodymyr, vielen Dank.
Vielen Dank. Ich freue mich sehr, in Deutschland zu sein, in Berlin zu sein, aber mein Deutsch ist nicht so gut. Deshalb werde ich Englisch sprechen. So, thank you very much for this honor to speak in front of this audience, and thank you very much for Marie and Ralph for the great support that you are doing for Ukraine. That's a real honor. Let me start with the context. So right now in Kyiv we have air alert for about 3 hours. The drones are flying over our homes. The last night there was another big strike, missile and drone strike on Ukrainian cities. And in this reality we have been living for 4 years. And I think wherever you come across a Ukrainian coming from Ukraine, you will see that it doesn't break us. It doesn't make us weaker. When you go to the front line, you will see that the cities like Kherson or Zaporizhia that are very close to the front line, that we are visiting very often, are, despite all these security challenges, because in a city like Kherson, there is something that is, well, we might be calling a drone chasing on civilians, on people, and despite all that, people stay in the city and remain strong. And we are doing sometimes the events in the underground, the literary events, the poetry reading, the meeting with children in the children's libraries. Recently, a week ago or so, a drone hit a building in front of us in the suburb of Kyiv, which is called Brovary. This is the reality in which we are living. The same morning we went to Zaporizhia, driving a car for our soldiers, and our major feeling was twofold. The first feeling is that we were really very sad about the people who died in this strike. Unfortunately, tragically, people died in this strike in my home city. But the second feeling was that, okay, but the car that we are driving, that was near the place where the drone fell, was not destroyed, so we can drive this car farther to Zaporizhia. I think this is a feeling of many Ukrainians, which I call the feeling of despite, and therefore I called my book that just published in Germany under the title Eine Kultur des Trotzdem, the culture of despite. I think that feeling of despite is very strong in Ukraine right now. The life despite death, love despite pain, culture despite barbarity. This is all are very, very important elements. So let me talk a little bit about Europe and Ukraine. I'm very glad that the conference is titled Common Security Policy for Ukraine and Europe. I'm very glad that we are no longer talking about Ukraine alone. I'm very glad what Marie said and Ralph said, that this is not just about humanitarian help to Ukraine. I think that this is very, very important that we talk in the European terms. So let me just share a few ideas that I have about Ukraine and Europe. I think that Europe is based upon partially several myths and several mythology, which is partially true and partially not. I think one of the founding myths of the current Europe is that Europe is a result of the end of the Second World War. And the end of the Second World War is the victory of the good against the evil. While it is certainly half true, in Eastern Europe, we are rather sticking to another assumption, that the end of the Second World War was a victory of one evil against another one, if we talk about our part of the world. And if we think about Europe in that way, that means that the whole idea of Europe being a result of the Second World War, I mean the United Europe, is probably misleading a little bit. What we see from Ukraine, what we see from Poland, what we see from, I think, from Slovakia or Czech Republic, what we see from the Baltic states, is that there is a long history of European integration, which comes well before the 20th century. And I would call this idea the idea of Republic of Republics. Republic of Republics, which is opposed to the idea of the empire. And I think if you look at the intellectual history of many Central and Eastern European states, you will see this idea primarily in the 20th century, but also in the 19th century. Let's say from the Czech and Slovak romantics or Polish and Ukrainian romantics up until people like Tomasz Masaryk or up until Coudenhove-Kalergi and his Pan-Europa. You will see the idea that we need to stick together the republics or nation states, not because we want a free trade. Well, this is a good, but it's not the key goal. Not because we want, erasure of borders, but because we want to struggle with the empire, struggle with the imperial domination, struggle with imperial and tyrannical attack. And I think this idea that basically you can look at the European political philosophy as a big struggle between the imperial idea and the republican idea, and I will come back to these terms a little bit more. I think this idea can give us a little bit more of understanding what Europe is, which goes far beyond the idea of free market, which goes to the idea of values union, not even political or security union, but also values union. I think when we're talking about the values union, we're talking primarily about the idea of building a res publica, the common thing, the thing that will be shared, the polity that will be shared by many people, and the polity will be shared also by different communities. So you will be surprised probably that in Ukraine we have the intellectual history of the 19th century political philosophy, and you have people like Drahomanov or Kostomarov or Antonovich or many others who are thinking precisely in that way. So this idea of building a republic of republics is very powerful in the Central and Eastern European intellectual thought, and of course in the Western European intellectual thought. And I think this is time to realize it and to think about this as our common legacy. The second thing that I would like to share with you is that I'm talking about empire. And I think we sometimes lack the concepts to understand what the imperialism means. Because sometimes we'll look at the imperialism through the lenses of maritime imperialism of the Western European countries. And this maritime imperialism, people were colonizing the distant people. And they were saying to the colonized, you're different than me, you will never become the same as me, and our difference is hierarchical. And this is what racism is about. So in our part of the world, at least what concerns Russia and Ukraine, you have another tactics, which I would call the imperialism of sameness, contrary to the imperialism of difference, or imperialism of assimilation, contrary to the imperialism of racism. And in this imperialism of assimilation, the colonizer is telling to the colonized, not that you are different from me, but that you are the same as me, that you will never become different than me. You don't have a right to become different than me. And I think this logic is really sometimes goes away from the way how other Europeans look at Russian imperialism, for example. And it is very important that we thematize this in this way and try to understand it. What is an empire? So let me give the following definition. The republic is a polity that does have borders, but doesn't necessarily have a center. In this sense, for example, Germany for me is a perfect republic historically, the way how it emerged. And basically it's interesting that in Eastern Europe, if we take such polity, medieval polity as Rus, based in Kiev, you will have much more similarities with, for example, the medieval Germany than with the current Russian Empire. I think one of the things that, and again, that Ukrainian intellectuals understood very well in the 19th and 20th century is how the imperial idea won over the republican idea, or let's say federative idea, in the course of history. The empire, contrary to the republic, is a polity that has a unique center but doesn't have borders. It doesn't think that it has borders, and therefore its modus vivendi is expansion. And I think we need to think about such empires as Russia in this way. I think many other empires function in the same way. So when we apply this idea to the current reality, I think it's wrong to believe that Russia fights a war for certain territories. It's wrong to believe that, for example, if we give Russia so-called Donbass, everything will be fine. I think what Russia wants, it's not the capture of a particular territory. I think what Russia wants is the capacity of capturing new and new territories. So this expansion capacity, enlargement capacity, military expansion capacity, is very important for understanding today's Russia. And if you follow the Russian ideologues themselves, I will not quote them, but if you follow them and sometimes read them as what they think and what they write, they precisely formulate in that way, like exporting violence outside in order to keep away from violence inside. So in this way, if you follow the logic, for example, in the current peace negotiations, then some of people are saying, okay, give away Donbass and everything will be fine. I think the next logic will be, if we cannot imagine that Ukrainians will go voluntarily, but if we imagine a scenario that after a certain time, Russians do capture what they want, I hope they will not. They will certainly say, okay, so what about Zaporizhia? So what about Kherson? So what about Odessa? And in terms of Russian law, they will be okay with Zaporizhia and Kherson because they annexed those territories. And when people discuss Crimea or Donbass, let me remind you that according to Russian law, there is no, Russian constitution, there is no difference between Donbass, Crimea, and Zaporizhia and Kherson. Zaporizhia and Kherson are cities controlled by Ukraine, which we visit frequently. Okay, so it's a very important thing, I think, to understand this idea. The second thing which I am trying to a little bit to challenge all the time is the idea that, you know, Russia is irrational, that Putin is a paranoid, that he is a psychopath, etc. Well, I think we can explain it in that way, but I think that we need to understand a logic behind it. This logic behind the Russian expansion. This logic cannot be the same as our logic, but we need to understand how Russians think, how empires think. So several ideas that I suggest to you are the elements of this. The first idea is expansion that I already mentioned. No, borders do not exist. We can go as long as we are not stopped. And I formulated it back in 2014. The fear of provoking Russia provokes Russia. Whenever you say that you want to retreat or you are able to retreat, basically gives an impetus to continue, or for Russia to continue the expansion. The second element, I would call it surreal politics. By surreal politics, I understand, you probably know from the history of art, that surrealism was a nice, nice form of artistic expression, primarily in the 1920s, 1930s, primarily in France, but also in other countries, with the idea that image is at least as strong as reality. So reality does not have a primary advantage over the image or imagination. By surreal politics, I understand the idea that we fantasize over something, we invent something, and then we prove that our image is stronger than reality. And I think you can look at the Russian history in that way. For example, take Russian Marxism. Well, the paradox of Russian Marxism or Bolshevism is that it was an attempt to build a country with dictatorship of the proletariat in a country where proletariat practically did not exist. So you first created a regime of dictatorship of the proletariat, and then you created the proletariat. And this shows us how basically Russian history, or maybe any other imperial political history, works. You have the image, you have the imagination, you have the fantasy, and then you try to prove to everybody else that this fantasy is stronger than reality, that you change the reality according to your fantasy. By the way, Trump behaves in the same way. So in many sense, Trumpism is also the kind of this element of this surreal politics. And the third thing, which is probably the most difficult for us Europeans understand, is what I will call thanatocracy. So thanatocracy is the idea that you can rule by death. That death is not something mystical or something mysterious. That death is a management tool. If you think about Stalinism, for example, it's very difficult to understand the repressions of 1930s. Why the Stalinist regime was devouring its own creators. Why, for example, it was exterminating not only the opposition, not only the bourgeoisie, not only the nationalists, so-called nationalists, but it was in the end exterminating the Bolsheviks themselves, or the NKVD themselves. And I think the answer to this is that the tyrant wants to prove that your death belongs to him, that your life and your death belongs to him. Death is the most private thing. We are all afraid of, the death that will be not natural. Death is something that is very intimate. So I think what tyrannies do is they persuade its subjects that their death does not belong to him, and therefore they can die at any moment, but moreover, the tyrant will decide when and how you will die. And I think this is what is happening in such societies as, for example, the Putinist Russia, because look at the way how they're waging the war. They do not care about Ukrainians, of course, but they do not care about their own citizens. They do not care about their own soldiers. Therefore, they are sending troops that are being killed by Ukrainian forces. It doesn't stop them. What is the response to this? And here I will come to what we can do. The response that Ukrainians are inventing is the idea that, okay, we have lesser people, we have lesser resources, let's fight with technology. If we fight with technology, which is probably will be cheaper than the Russian arms, and we will save more people than the Russians, then we will be able to win this war. And here, where it is important, very important thing for Europeans to think about, because the debate in Europe is very often, okay, should we send troops to Ukraine or should we not send troops to Ukraine? However important this question is, I think the much more important question is how we help Ukraine technologically to win this war. How Europeans help Ukraine technologically to win this war. Because Europeans are economically more advanced, technologically more advanced, smarter, and etc., etc. So I think this is a very important thing to understand. And this understanding of this logic, of this Russian imperial logic, will help us to win this war. What is happening in the world? I think we can describe what is happening in the world with the concept of re-imperialization. 20th century was the century of de-imperialization, decolonization. Empires basically were falling apart. It's quite probable that the 21st century will be the century of re-imperialization, the popularity of new empires. We see that in Russia, we see it with America, we see it with China, we can see it in many other countries. Europe cannot be an empire, but Europe can be something that Montesquieu, a great French thinker, said, well, this is something that has the internal strength of the republic and external strengths of the empire. And he was meaning the idea of republic of republics, of the federation of republics. We all understand that this idea is in crisis in Europe, but it's probably the only way to proceed. The second thing is that what I'm calling with the concepts of agora and agon. I'm sorry to sending too many philosophical concepts on you, but I hope you will forgive me about that. So the idea of agora is the idea of a place, of communication place, where we exchange ideas and emotions and everything is fine. It's the great Habermasian idea of, the infinite community of communication. While the idea of agon, which has the same root as agora, is the idea of fight, is the idea of zero-sum game, is the idea that at a certain moment we need to fight. So what happened in Europe, I think, after the Second World War? Europe looked at fascism and Nazism and said, this is bad, and of course it was right to do so. Fascism and Nazism were based upon the idea that all our society is only about fighting. There is no communication, it's just about fighting, it's just about agon. So when Europe, denounced fascism and Nazism, it also denounced the very idea that agon can be a part of our societies, agon can be a part of our democracies, that democracies can fight back. And therefore you have this idea in Europe, which is very difficult to overcome, and I think Ukraine is showing that it is possible to overcome. That basically a sound society is a synthesis between the two, is a combination of the two, is a combination of the capacity to communicate and of capacity of fight. And I think this is a very important thing to think about. Another thing that happened, and I think we need to overcome it psychologically, and I always say that psychology comes before geopolitics. So we need to think about something like psychopolitics, but not in the sense of politics of psychopath, but in the sense of how our psychology forms our politics. I think the problem of Europe after the Second World War was the identification of the good with the victim. So of course the victim is always on the side of the good because it suffers from violence. But there was this identification that only victim can be good. And I think this identification is actually very erroneous, because if you say that only victim can be good, then in the end you're saying that good is only the dead can be the good, because ultimate victim is somebody who is dead. And this is what Ukrainians are not, showing, that are not going this path, because Ukrainians are saying that, well, we are fighting. So let me conclude. The Republic of Republics, Europe, is far beyond the idea of, common market, economic union. It should go to the idea of security union. It should go to the idea of the values union. And we have a history of that. The origins of the European integration are in this thought and not in the thought about economics. The second thing is that good is not powerless. Good should not be powerless. Sometimes when I see the debate in Europe, not all of them, and frankly speaking, Ukrainians are immensely grateful for Europe and for Germany for helping us, because it's really together that we are fighting this war. But sometimes I feel the reverse phrase of Václav Havel. Václav Havel was saying about the power of the powerlessness, and sometimes I feel the powerlessness of the powerful. And I think we need to overcome that. Good is not powerless, it can defend itself. And my final thought is that, yeah, this is existential war, but not only for Ukraine, but for Europe itself. Because Europe in the 21st century, in the century of re-imperialization, will not survive when the countries are on their own. Germany will not survive, Portugal will not survive, Italy will not survive, etc. Europe has a long history of imperialization, being an empire, but the reality today is that Europe is being slowly colonized by the new empires, by China, by Russia, by something else. Look at the Orban regime in Hungary. What is it if not a colony within Europe by the Putin's Russia? This is an existential war, not only for Ukraine, but for Europe, and we will win this war together. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Volodymyr. Vielen Dank für diesen Höhenflug mit tiefen Ankern in der Realität. Den großen historischen, ideengeschichtlichen Linien des Konflikts, des Krieges, mit dem wir es gegenwärtig zu tun haben. Auch auf einer philosophischen Ebene. Ja, ich finde das eine sehr treffende Charakterisierung für Despotien, dass das Leben und der Tod der Bürger in der Hand der höchsten Macht liegt, der höchsten staatlichen Macht, nicht der himmlischen, während Demokratien sich auszeichnen sollten durch eine Wertschätzung des Lebens. Und der Hinweis auf diese falsche Entgegensetzung von einer Kultur des Friedens, des Dialogs, der Kommunikation gegen eine Kultur der Wehrhaftigkeit und Kampfbereitschaft. Tatsächlich gehört beides zusammen, wenn wir Humanität bewahren wollen. Und das ist etwas, was wir von der Ukraine tatsächlich lernen können, neben vielem anderen. Wir haben jetzt noch eine kurze, sehr kurze Spanne für 2, 3 vielleicht Nachfragen und Kommentare und dann Antworten von Volodymyr. Möchte jemand aus dem Publikum das Wort ergreifen? Gibt es Fragen an unseren Redner? Bitte sehr, stellen Sie sich kurz vor. Wir haben ein Mikrofon, ein Saalmikrofon, einen Augenblick, das wandert gerade zu Ihnen.
Marek Wolski, Weltkongress der Polen. Es geht eigentlich primär um die Frage, ob Europa bereit ist, überhaupt eine gemeinsame Politik, Sicherheitspolitik zu führen und zu ergreifen. In den 35 Jahren hatten wir erlebt, dass in Georgien der Präsident Polens, Lech Kaczyński, nur osteuropäische Länder dazu bewegen und Präsidenten der osteuropäischen Länder 2008 mobilisieren könnte. Westeuropa schaute zu. 2010 ist er in der Nähe von Smolensk mit fast 100 Leuten umgekommen. Bis heute Polens steht alleine mit der Tatsache, dass man praktisch die polnische Oberhauptelite umgebracht hatte. Bis heute ist das nicht geklärt worden. Wir erleben seit dem Zweiten Weltkrieg, das heißt seit 80 Jahren, dass man die osteuropäischen Länder an die Sowjetunion, und das waren nicht die einzigen.
Bitte kein Co-Referat, ja?
Nee, ganz kurz. Ich möchte auch dabei den Lew Kopelew erwähnen, der nach dem ersten Tschetschenienkrieg ein Büchlein herausgebracht hatte über die Situation in Russland. Das heißt, die Warnungen waren in den vergangenen 35 Jahren häufig und trotzdem man hatte in der Europäischen Union gar keine Antworten darauf gefunden. Ob wir heute darauf eine Antwort finden, ist die Frage.
Das ist die Frage der Konferenz, nicht nur an Volodymyr. Und ich hoffe, am Ende der Konferenz werden wir sie beantwortet haben. Bitte?
Just a short question, which I will put in English to you. What will be, in your view, the outcome of the absolutely despicable effort of Prime Minister Orban to instrumentalize the war against Ukraine for his election campaign?
Okay, gibt es noch eine da hinten? Gibt es noch eine Wortmeldung? Die nehmen wir noch mit auf. In der vorletzten Reihe, glaube ich. Ja, oder drittletzte. Please introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name is Nathaniel Wolf. I'm a student of War and Conflict Studies at the University of Potsdam and a political activist who is volunteering to support the Ukrainian armed forces. Дуже дякую вам, пан Ярмоленко. My question is, you rightly talk that Europe in the intellectual tradition was conceptualized as a republic of republics. And the EU even founded itself, one could say, as an anti-imperial project after European empires, except the Russian Empire collapsed. You also talked about the necessity to combine Argon and the Agora. So my question is, from a Ukrainian perspective, how to do that. How can we combine like the necessary hard power and even the willingness to fight with the very, so to speak, discursive tradition of Europe.
In times of war.
In times of war, but also in the perspective that, as you rightly mentioned, Europe is being colonized and is being attacked from several sides from large empires. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions. So there are three questions. I will start with the question about European security. Look, I'm not here coming from Kiev to teach you, citizens of the European Union, how to do that. But I think it's important to know that if Europe does not do that, then the question is whether Europe will survive. Again, the age of new empires, and quite aggressive empires, as we can see. But what people can do from the bottom, not waiting upon people who will decide in Brussels. Look, there are lots of things that Ukraine needs right now. Ukraine needs technological cooperation. Ukraine needs much more faster and quicker decision making. Ukraine needs speed. Ukraine needs capital for its technological innovations. It can be done through states, it can be done through businesses. There is a big debate, for example, in France, I know, how to create conditions for B2B contacts in security enterprises, because they're, subject to long governmental permissions, etc. So now, if people in the EU, in the technological sector, for example, see Ukraine as Marie said, and Ralph said, as the source of the European defense, not as a benefiter of the humanitarian aid, but as the source of European defense. Then it's not only the question to the governments. Then it's not only the question how we make an institution in, European Security Union. It's also a very important question, but the question is that we can do as citizens, as enterprises, as companies, as technological minds, etc., etc. The second question about Orban, again, I'm not going to interrupt within the Hungarian politics. We will have elections next month. The Hungarians will decide. What I just want to point upon is this concept of Europe being colonized. I'm not sure that this concept is present here in your discourse. Europe presents itself most often as French philosopher Pascal Bruckner said in his book, The Tyranny of Guilt, as a good empire that was bad, but now is good because it has a remorse, it has redemption, it helps its former colonized territories, and it's fine, it's very good. But there is something going on, which I see from Ukraine, is that Europe itself can become, or is becoming, a battleground for the new empires and being colonized. And I see Hungarian example as one of these examples of Europe being colonized by foreign external power. And we see other examples like that. In every European country, we have external influences. And the third question, how to do all that? Well, I think we just need to also to go into the past and to see that republics were always fighting for its existence. I mean, think about the Swiss Republic. It's, by the way, a great topic in German literature, how the Swiss were fighting for their independence, for their republican spirit. Think about the Italians and the Risorgimento and all this process of anti-imperial Italian process, which, by the way, very much influenced what was happening in Ukraine. Think about the Dutch fight for its republican history against the Spanish Empire, etc. I think it's present in the history of Europe. And in this book, by the way, I'm trying to talk about the very old origins of all that in Greek culture. And I'm proposing you not only the concepts of agora and agon, but also the concepts of logos and kleos. Kleos is glory. Glory seems to be a very strange concept, but if you think about deeper, you will understand that glory is something that belongs to a person that challenges the stronger. And this is very important, I think, the mindset that we need to have for the 21st century. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Volodymyr, der jetzt auch gleich teilnehmen wird an unserem ersten Panel. Ich würde gerne unsere weiteren Gäste aufs Podium bitten. Lesia Ogrytsko, Head of the Reform Support Office at the Ministry for Defense of Ukraine, co-founder and director of the Haidachnari Security Center. Welcome, Lesia. You can find more details to the biography of our speakers in the conference program. Olga Olika, she's the Director European Security at the International Crisis Group in London. Welcome, Olga. Edwin Bendik, journalist and chairperson of the board of the Stefan Batory Foundation in Warsaw. Welcome, Edwin. And last but not least, Niklas Wagner, Commissioner for Eastern Europe, the Caucasus and Central Asia of the German Foreign Ministry. Welcome, Mr. Wagner. So, ohne große Vorrede, nach dieser tollen Einführungsrunde. Wir wollen uns auf zwei große Fragen in diesem Podium konzentrieren. Die erste ist, wie soll dieser Krieg enden? Die Annahme, die auch in unserem Programm formuliert ist, Russland weiß, was es will. Und Volodymyr hat nochmal sehr deutlich erklärt, dass es nicht um ein paar eng umgrenzte Gebiete geht, sondern um Dominanz und um die Zerstörung der Eigenständigkeit der Ukraine als Nation. Aber über die Ukraine hinaus hat Russland sehr klar formuliert, was seine Ziele sind, nämlich die Hegemonie nicht nur über Mittelosteuropa, sondern faktisch über ganz Europa zu gewinnen. Also, was sind unsere Ziele? Soweit ich sehe, sind die immer noch nicht wirklich klar definiert von der Europäischen Union. Wie soll dieser Krieg enden? Und was müssen wir tun, um diese Ziele zu erreichen? Translation doesn't work. The headset? Und die zweite Frage, die im Zentrum dann auch des nächsten Panels steht, ist, was ist die Rolle der Ukraine in einer künftigen europäischen Sicherheitsordnung? Innerhalb oder außerhalb der NATO? Sicher eine Frage, die auch eine Rolle spielen wird. Ich würde gerne beginnen. I would like to start with a question. I switch into English because I'm not sure if the translation is working. I would like to start with a question to Lesia. I learned from my colleagues that you just published a piece or a series of articles in the Ukrainia Pravda calling for a terminal defeat of Russia. What is it about if you are talking about a terminal defeat of Russia, and how, what does Ukrainian victory mean for you? And what is, I would say, at the same time, ambitious and realistic concept for the outcome of the war from an Ukrainian perspective?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. And I would like to, first of all, thank the organizers and the organizing team for this conference. Und ich würde mich gerne dafür bedanken, dass ihr weiterhin den Fokus auf die Ukraine richtet in Zeiten, die von der Ukraine Fatigue geprägt sind. Und deshalb will ich mich dafür bedanken. Das wissen wir in der Ukraine sehr zu schätzen. Vielen, vielen Dank dafür. I will be also switching to English for the ease of communication on this panel. I would maybe piggyback on the last question that you've posed about what a realistic or strategy could look like, or in other words, perhaps we can get it all, but maybe we can have somehow a minimal victory for Ukraine. And I think there is no such thing of maximum or minimum in times when it's not about, as rightly mentioned by Volodymyr, it's not a war about territory, but when it's a genocidal existential war. And essentially, the very simple reason of what we as Ukrainians want, we want A, to survive, and we want B, to have simply the right to call ourselves Ukrainians and to be regarded as our own people, not один народ, not one people with Russians. No, we're one. That sounds very simple, but it's not so simple when you're living close to a neighbor that is essentially calling you fake. You're fake news, you don't exist. So from that perspective, and I understand that may sound to some observers in the West of maximalist, but essentially what we regard as the only security guarantee for us Ukrainians is the dismantling of the Russian capabilities to wage war against Ukraine. And that is essentially what I write about and my think tank writes about, and very much the logic of the current Ministry of Defense of Ukraine is a terminal defeat of Russia. Now, where I see the biggest problem, and on a more strategic level, when we then talk about it with our international partners, is that the strategy in the West is that of the steel porcupine. And this is something that Ursula von der Leyen and so many other high-level politicians love to use as a very nice and beautiful metaphor. It's essentially about creating a fortress. Ukraine is a fortress, a steel porcupine that will be immune to and so strongly defended by the material around it that it's immune to the Russian threat. Now, what this tactic, or rather strategy, does not take into account is that the current technological warfare dictates a very different essence of defense. It's no longer fortresses. It's no longer just static positions that you have to fortify and to protect, and this will be then the perimeter that protects the whole of the country. The current modern warfare, and defense in modern warfare, it's a very complicated system of sensors, of very static, very fluid and generic fortifications, and most importantly, of unmanned systems, of ground robotic systems, and the whole ecosystem that goes together with it, meaning operators, meaning the necessity to constantly maintain, to adapt these defense postures, etc., etc. In other words, very simply put, it's about people. And I will not go into details about how Ukraine's mobilization works, or rather doesn't work, or the difficulties that we have, but it's about a shortage of manpower that we indeed experience when we are looking at the war from a mathematical point of view. So in other words, what looks as a very nice metaphor of a steel porcupine, where you just need to have a very heavy defense, and this will be the ultimate strategy of how you support Ukraine, it's essentially, in less beautiful words, is a strategy of how you bleed Ukrainians out and buy essentially more time. That's why, from a Ukrainian point of view, this strategy is leading us nowhere, or rather to a very slow but sure defeat. And that's why the other strategy that we talk about kicks in, and that of a terminal defeat, which is essentially about, as I've said, it's the dismantling of Russia's capabilities to wage war, which then, of course, will have a triggering effect.
And what does it mean, dismantling Russia from its ability to wage war?
And that means essentially two tracks, I would say. And here I then go to the second question of how to bring about this terminal defeat. And I would again refer to what Volodymyr was trying to say when he was, I think, trying to explain the asymmetric logic of warfare as the only way of how Ukrainians can not only survive but defeat. And this is exactly something where we don't have enough, or I would even say very little support from our international partners. It's technology, and number one here, I would say, is the development of the next generation deep strike capabilities that would be based on autonomy, that would be based on swarm technologies, because this is the future of warfare, of how it already looks like and will be future development, with a prioritization of the reach of more than 3,000 kilometers into the Russian territory. What does that mean? It has an effect of a ubiquitous presence of Ukraine everywhere, with the effect of denying the adversary their capabilities of maintaining their assets in the strategic rear. And number two, and I think even most importantly, that's the scaling of special operations on the Russian territory together with cognitive warfare. Again, it's something where we don't have international support, but I would say when we're talking about sanctions, these are the sanctions that worked most. The sanctions of the Ukrainian spiderweb operation, when we destroyed a third of their strategic aviation. The Ukrainian sanctions of hitting just 2 weeks ago a very important electronics production place in Russia, in Bryansk. It's the hitting of the logistical hub between Iran and Russia, where lots of the drone trade and so many other parts of bilateral trade was happening. So in other words, in modern warfare, you don't need an asymmetric warfare. You don't need to strike 1,000 tanks. You need to go after the core of modern warfare, and I would call it the 3 E's. It's electronics, and this is the brains of machinery, brains of the missiles. Number 2, it's explosives, or the chemical production that goes with explosives. And number 3, it's energy or fuel. And that's why the best sanctions and the best security guarantees for us are indeed not necessarily boots on the ground or coalition of the willing, with all my due respect to these very important steps, of course, but it's our ability to destroy their logistical hubs, the technological hubs, the chemical industry that produces explosives, the electronics, et cetera, et cetera. And from my point of view, this is very real when I present these arguments here, but this is, you don't have the capacities. In fact, March of this year marked a turning point whereby the deep strike capacities of Ukrainians, not just closed the gap. So the number of deep strikes from Ukraine to Russia and and vice versa. We not only closed the gap, but we surpassed them with a weekly number of 1,200 drone attacks from Ukrainian side to the Russians against 700 something from the Russian side. So there is already a turning point, and we keep on going. So it's very clear, it's very realistic, but it takes it takes the effort to understand that we collectively need to move from the defensive posture into a more offensive posture, number one, and to be very clear about our strategy. Are we just supporting Ukraine as we go for it to bleed out eventually, or are we having a more hawkish understanding of what we want at the end of this war, and do we want a regime change and potentially some other very important events in Russia that we might want to talk during this discussion today. I will end on this very optimistic note.
Thanks a lot, Lesia, for that bold statement. Listening to you, I decided to change the speaking order I originally planned and ask directly Mr. Wagner for your response, because I think this was quite a serious challenge to, there's some very deep-rooted German narratives and assumptions on this war. And we all are aware, Chancellor Scholz, Russia must not win, Ukraine must not lose, but never Ukraine must win, Russia must lose this war. And as far as I see, this didn't fundamentally change with the new government, in spite, I would say, a different language, different tone, maybe also different stage of determination, but still, I think we are far away from that determination that Russia must be dismantled of its ability to wage war against Ukraine and against Europe. Because, of course, this would have consequences for our foreign policies. So what is your response?
Intriguing questions. Thank you so much, first of all, for inviting me to this distinguished panel. And thanks to Lesia for her outspokenness on how to wage war against Russia. I think, first of all, it doesn't make sense to define Russia must lose this war and Ukraine must win it. What we want to see is, or what we already see is, that Russia's ambitions are a strategic failure, because what we see is that Russia is losing tens of thousands of soldiers a month on the battlefield and is having hard times to kind of fill the ranks through recruitment. And we're talking about 75 to up to 80% of conquered territory in Donbass after 4 years of war, going into a 5th year of war. So the costs for Russia are massive, and we can already say it's a strategic failure, what we see here. What we want to see is a just and lasting peace, and that's important because a just peace implies many things. That implies that Ukraine shall continue to be a sovereign state, that Russia cannot be rewarded for its illegal war of aggression against Ukraine, and that for that to happen, I would say what has fundamentally changed is the German approach to support in favor of Ukraine. Remember, we all started with 5,000 helmets. In 2026, Germany is the biggest single contributor when it comes to military aid and financial aid to Ukraine. For this year alone, despite numerous budget cuts, we've allocated roughly 11.5 billion euros just for military aid on a bilateral level. We've managed to politically push through the 90 billion euro support loan in favor of Ukraine at the last European Council back in December. We know that one member state is now blocking something which needs to be solved normally at a technical level, which is we have to adapt the regulation regarding the multi-annual financial framework of the EU, because this is the guarantee in order to kind of back the common loan, which would be the Ukraine support loan with an amount of 90 billion euros. But as President of the Commission von der Leyen said, we'll solve this in one way or the other. We'll still need to have some patience because there are upcoming elections in the specific member state, and let's see. But again, in theory, we have allocated 90 billion euro loan in favor of Ukraine. And we have also finalized a 20th package of sanctions targeting specifically the energy sector. And if one looks at the figures of the Russian economy, if there had not been now the turmoil in the Middle East and the partial or temporary lifting of sanctions vis-à-vis Russian crude oil to be shipped to other parts in the world, Russia would have severe problems in allocating necessary funding for its war machinery, because we see that the sanctions are working, and the perspectives for the Russian economy, according to our assessment, are that mid to long term, Russia faces significant structural problems at economic level. So in a way, if one looks at the overall picture, we see a strategic failure by Russia, which thought to capture Ukraine in several days or weeks. It's not the case. We see still a huge amount of international support. Of course, I cannot speak in the name of other partners, but if you look at Germany and if you look at the European Union, it's significant, and I think it's safe to say that Ukraine can rely on us, and it's in our own interest, it's in our vested interest, because Russia is an existential security threat. You are our first line of defense, so it's crucial that we continue to support you in this war.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Wagner. I really appreciate what the German government now is doing, and I have no doubt in your personal engagement, but still, are we doing the right things to change the dynamics of the war and to enable Ukraine to escape from the trap of this long war of attrition? Yeah, and to regain the initiative, to come into the offensive in this war. One catchword was deep strike capacities. And then, of course, it's the question for Taurus. Not only, but so are we ready to go the next step, really to do everything to change the dynamics of the war and not just to help Ukraine to survive?
Difficult to measure what that would mean as a consequence to go all in. Because of course you can always say more money, different kinds of weapons. You mentioned Taurus. I don't want to dig into this highly political, sensitive issue, being just a civil servant. But what's important to know is that we habilitate Ukraine to produce deep precision strike weapons by itself. So we give the necessary means to Ukraine. Maybe that's a smart way to go about that issue. Again, it's already a huge endeavor to keep the US engaged, and we think that's one of the crucial tasks we have. Just mentioning again where we were back in November last year with a 28 points plan, which very much looked like not being in favor of Ukraine, and we had to sort out things in order to kind of get rid of some elements of those 28 points in order to have something which is more favorable for Ukraine, and work's still ongoing. We're in a much better position now when looking at the current documents, which I cannot reveal here, but it's a process where I think our European task is not only to help you put maximum pressure on Russia, but also to keep the US engaged. And given, again, the recent turmoil in the Middle East, I think our task is not to lose out of sight Ukraine, and to tell our American partners that the war which is ongoing in the Middle East cannot kind of, in the very end, be detrimental to the overall support in favor of Ukraine. And it's very difficult because, as you know, a lot of weaponry is going now into the Middle East, a lot of interceptor drones, a lot of interceptor missiles are going to the Middle East. So what we're currently doing and continue to do is to invest into Pearl, which is the NATO mechanism helping Ukraine to get US weaponry, which is still quintessential for air defense. And we're participating in each and every package. Not all European member states are doing so. And this is crucial. We're doing a lot for air defense in Ukraine. Just look at IRIS-T. But Patriot systems are basically US systems, and that's why it's so important to keep the US focus also on Ukraine, and this kind of consumes also quite some energy these days.
Thanks a lot. I would now just like to invite our other participants to enter this discussion. Maybe we will start with Olga Olika. From your perspective, what should be the goals Europe has to achieve, and what must we do to get there?
Thank you so much. I want to thank the organizers. I want to thank all of you in the audience for being here in this panel, for getting us off to a very interesting start. I think before I go to what is a good end to a bad war, I want to go back to what Russia wants, because I think we are explicitly saying one aspect of what it wants and then assuming another, but it's good to make it all explicit. Because if Russia's goal is simply a vassalized Ukraine, why does Europe really care, the rest of Europe? And I think this is a big problem, right? When the narrative talks about what Russia wants is control of Ukraine, it wants Ukraine to do what it's told, perhaps it wants more Ukrainian territory, perhaps not, but that it wants Ukraine that's subjugated, that's absolutely true. But you can easily sit here in Berlin and say, why is that my problem? And the answer to that question is that Russia doesn't just want a vassalized Ukraine, right? Russia wants a new European security order. Russia's gotten a new European security order, but perhaps not the one it had in mind. But it's not over yet. Russia wants a European security order in which it has much more sway and much more influence and much fewer weapons on the territories and in the hands of other countries across Europe, which, in Russia's view, I think, limit its ability to, at the least, wage coercive diplomacy, and at the most, potentially use them to wage war, though, this is something we can discuss the likelihood of later. But this is about the security of all of the countries on this continent, not just Ukraine, and that is why Germany and all of these other countries have been supporting Ukraine, not out of the goodness of their hearts and their deep, deep love for Ukrainian language and culture, right? I think it's important to understand that, because that also goes into what makes for a good war, a good end to the war, sorry. Because, again, if you go into this thinking it's just about Ukraine, then, even if you want Ukraine to emerge sovereign, you want Ukraine to be able to keep the Russians at bay and deterred, those are all good things. You do want them. You want them because you want Ukraine to be safe and secure. You want them because you want the Russians not to start another war. But you also want the Russians not to be able to wield influence elsewhere. You want the Russians to be constrained more broadly. So yes, I mean, the idea of them being incapable of doing it is a nice idea. I don't think we're going to get there. And we can talk about how much of that is will and how much of that is capability, but the end result is that's not what we're looking at. So then we're looking at some level, some measure of stability. So what is a sustainable end to the war? And here you run into a little bit of a problem, because I think a sustainable end to the war, when I talk about it, means that nobody has the interest in relitigating this militarily. But if I'm sitting in Kyiv, And you're telling me that I'm going to face an end to this war where battle lines are frozen, a chunk of my territory remains occupied, and all I can do is deter the adversary from taking the rest of it? I might think, you know, maybe I'd like a little instability. Maybe I'd like a little capacity to regain territory. And I think we need to be frank about that dynamic, that we might want slightly different ends to this war, the different people in this coalition that's backing Ukraine. I think we're going to end up settling for what we can get, frankly. So best case scenarios aren't going to be attainable for any of us. Ukraine sovereign and looking a lot like a porcupine may not be ideal, but it's better than some other outcomes. Keeping that porcupine well equipped with quills so that it's not a bald porcupine would be the job of the country supporting Ukraine. I think that does set the stage for more conflict. I don't think that is permanent stability. I do think it's better than a hot war. And I think it might just be attainable, though this isn't a great week for that right now, I have to say. I think Ukraine will stay in this fight regardless of what happens with the quantity of Patriot interceptors available in the world, but it's going to be, you know, it's going to be ugly. And I think any hopes of getting the Russians to back down and to talk rationally and reasonably are dampened substantially by the events of the last couple of weeks.
Aber darf ich jetzt, may I ask, if all these scenarios you had been pointing out are not very realistic, what is, in your view, a realistic endgame? And from what depends what is realistic and what not? Yeah, I think one of the assumptions here is that the end of the war in Ukraine very much depends from Europe and what we are able and willing to do. So it's not so clear what is the realistic outcome and what not. It depends from political efforts, isn't it? Yeah.
So I think Russia's hypothesis for how it's going to win this war has been really since 2014, since the start of the war as a whole, not just the full-scale war, that the Europeans would stop supporting Ukraine. And Russia makes this assumption because it misses that same step that I started with. It doesn't understand that its desires for the future of Europe are seen by the rest of Europe as very, very dangerous to them. So that just does not get through to Russian skulls. So they think that the Europeans are doing this out of love of Ukraine, spite against Russia, something, but not understanding the real security drivers. This has not happened in all of this time because those are the real security drivers. So I think, first of all, it's really important to understand that there is a commitment to support of Ukraine and has been since 2014 on the part of the European backers. The United States has proven to be a different model, which is something that's very surprising for Moscow, I think, maybe for many of the rest of us too. But that's not where it thought the wobbliness was going to come from. But it'll take it if it can get it. So now I think the Russians are hoping that the United States can deliver this. So kind of this question of how do you transform all of that? It's always been the same options. You can enter the war and risk global thermonuclear war, which is what you do if you enter the war, or you can keep doing what you're doing, which is support Ukraine, try to get the Russians to the negotiating table, and try to get a deal that is, if not fully sustainable, at least better than full-scale war. But the problem is there isn't a scorecard of how many people you've killed, how far into enemy territory you've struck, how many things you've destroyed that is going to determine who wins. In the end, the adversary surrendering is going to determine who wins.
Mr. Bendick, from Polish perspective. Poland and the Baltics probably would be the next line of attack if Russia would decide to expand the war. From a Polish perspective, what is the minimum that must be achieved to meet your security interests?
Thank you for the question. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for having me here. So simple question, but answer is much more complex, I would say. And this answer was developing and evolving, I would say, since the beginning of the war. So, you know, Poland was the first country who massively supported Ukraine with heavy weapons and so on. We simply believe that it's needed to keep Ukraine fighting, but why we did it? So, of course, we believe that with this means we can help Ukraine to fight and to oppose Russia, especially after the first weeks when Ukraine proved that it can oppose Russia and fight for its freedom. But still, our perspective of security was quite different than it is now. So we were prepared, helping Ukraine. On the other hand, we were prepared for the worst scenario of collapse of Ukraine. So we believed, and you can find, for example, press commentaries and debates, what kind of this war is for us. Is it, are Ukrainians fighting for themselves, or are they fighting for Europe and us as Ukrainians tried to persuade us? And I believe that they were and they are still fighting for us, but not everybody was persuaded with these arguments. We believe that our security didn't depend on the, I don't want the whole society, but when you look at political elites, military elites, and many experts, many of them didn't believe at that time that our security depended on Ukraine and Ukrainian efforts. We believe that our alliances, like belonging to NATO, and our efforts in developing our defense industry and defense capabilities were enough to provide Poland with security. Of course, better scenarios would be welcome, but still we believe that even worse scenario was to survive for us, or to accept for us in the worst world we could imagine at that time. Something really important happened last year in autumn. It was the night from 9 to 10 September when Russian drones attacked Poland. It was kind of a Polish Pearl Harbor, I would say. So, you know, the national Polish pollster asked Poles about the feeling about the independence of Poland and how they feel. Is independence of Poland threatened? And in September last year, 63% of Poles said yes. We feel that Polish independence is in danger. It was for the first time since 1991 when this kind of question were being asked. So something has changed. We realized that perhaps alliances we are in are not so strong. Of course, the answer to this threat at that time was, I would say, efficient. But was it adequate to the risk? So Mr. Zelensky then asked us, are you ready to answer for, just to remind, we were attacked by 20 Russian drones. So Mr. Zelensky asked us about attack with 500-600 drones, as Ukrainians were dealing with every day at that time. And we realized that yes, that we had problem, and this change of thinking about the security and about Ukraine changed in this way that we began, once again, I mean about elites who are responsible for security issues, that Ukraine is not, and war in Ukraine is not a problem which demands our help to be solved, but that Ukraine is not only a problem, that the war is a problem, but Ukraine is a solution to this problem with its capabilities, with knowledge, and so on. So Ukraine should be part of this future architecture of security for Europe and kind of a pillar of it. And if so, then we should look at the question you asked about the end of war we dream about or we are talking about. And I think that we are quite close to the thinking. Ms. Ochrysko presented that the only way to provide sustainable peace or to support Ukrainians in achieving their goals. So to help them to keep sovereignty, to keep capability to answer to threats from the side of Russia in the future. And the only way to do this is to integrate Ukraine with European space of security and development, of prosperity, I would say. So the only way is the process of not only of supporting in war effort, but also in European aspirations of Ukraine and in process of integration of Ukraine in Europe. But now there is the most difficult part of the answer, because we know all of this. I believe that political elites and government which run our country now is also close to this way of thinking, but political processes inside of Poland are not so, let's say, smooth and so so much helping this way of thinking, I would say. So you could see what was happening in Poland during the last 2 weeks around the issue of safe instrument, for example. All of a sudden, Mr. Kaczynski, who is the leader of a main opposition party, decided to use this mechanism as a political fuel to mobilize its electorate against government, but also to, I would say, to promote his future political program, which is the program of not accepting European Union as it is now, with all its values. Yeah. So it's very dangerous, in my opinion. But still, we can see that we can know everything what is needed to end this war on the intellectual level or even on the analytical level. But then the question is how to translate this knowledge to real political processes. And even in Poland, which was one of the most realistic countries toward Russia, I would say realistic, sometimes called Russophobic country, we can face this kind of pro-Russian change in at least part of political elites, functionally pro-Russian. I don't want to say that Mr. Kaczynski, for example, is pro-Russian. No, he is not. But he is pushing forward processes who can lead us functionally toward Russia. So this is the basic danger, but this is because of the dynamic of political processes inside our country, which is much more complicated to explain, and the sources of this problem. And the last thing, which is really very, very dangerous, till now we believed that our attitude toward Russia, our attitude toward alliances and so on, are kind of a dogma. We were firm, we believed in NATO, we believed in the United States, we believed in that Russia is the biggest threat. And still, when you ask Poles about this, more or less, on average, they agree. But when you ask about the same younger people 25, 30 years old, their mind is different. only 30% of them believe that Russia is a real threat. So it's something new, what's going on inside society. And because of this, new forces, extreme right-wing forces like Confederacja are getting power because they are referring to this, let's say, sentiments. When we are perceiving our threats in a different way than we used to as a, let's say, as an average. So something is going on, we need to understand, and I think that it's worth watching carefully on these processes.
Thanks a lot, Edwin. Also for this very, let's say, open language and the honest picture you had been drawing, and for reminding us that we all have also to, say it in military language, fight a battle on the home front. This is not just a distant conflict, it's a conflict running through our societies, and we have to convince our public to stay course. So Volodymyr, listening to this variety of contributions and statements, what is your conclusion and what are your comments?
Oh, thank you, very interesting panel, and I would like to follow up on some of the thoughts. First, really impressed with what Lisa was saying and totally agree. You may be afraid of the word offensive, which I actually support, but if you're afraid of the word, use another metaphor, use the metaphor of disarmament. So what we want to do with Russia, we want to disarm our Russia. As simple as that. And you know, it's like in football, the best way to defend is to score goals. We don't want to capture Russian territories. Europeans, Ukrainians, we have no willingness to annex any territories of Russia. We want to disarm them. So just to give you one example, there is a strike on Ukrainian energy. We don't have electricity plants anymore. We don't have heating plants anymore. So what can be the response? The response number one, give Ukraine generators. Okay, fine, thank you. But they strike again, the generators are out. Give them more generators, thank you very much. Well, we are not against generators, it's really good, but generators will and can and will be destroyed. Next level, give them more Patriot missiles to down the missiles. Well, this is already better, because in this way you can give us generators and give some missiles, and probably the generators that you give us will survive after the next strike. But then the next step, is destroy Russian airbase, destroy the production facilities. So what Lisa brilliantly summarized with this idea, Lisa, sorry, summarized with this 3E approach. So disarmament is the way to proceed with this war, and we will not be able to disarm without these offensive operations. The same with cognitive warfare. Everybody is afraid how we defend against Russian disinformation. Well, first, the concept of disinformation is bad, because the goal of disinformation or information warfare is not to deceive you, is to manipulate you, is to make sure that you will do what the enemy wants. Do we want to kind of influence the minds of the Russian citizens? Yes, we do. Do they understand that? Yes, of course. Therefore, they're closed Telegram. They understand that we are coming with our, cognitive instruments. Shall we do that? Of course, we shall, because, I mean, the outcome of this war is whether it's not only what's happening on the front line, but what is happening inside, what is happening in the rear, what is happening within society. If you have demoralized society in Germany that says, oh, there is no chance to beat Russia, then Russia has already won the cognitive warfare. And it was known all across the history. Okay, next step. The idea that Russia cannot be won. Well, look at Russian history. You will find a lot of wars that Russia lost. You can say that the concept of smutное время in Russian history, early 17th century, is basically one of the wars that Russia lost against Ukrainians and Poles, for example, or Lithuanians. Look at the Crimean, and what is good, what is very important to think, is that every Russian defeat was good for Russian society. The only elements, the only moments when there was opening for democratic change in Russia, they were after military defeat. Crimean War, defeat, the cancellation of serfdom. Russia-Japanese War, defeat, first Russian constitution, first revolution, first constitution, first parliament, etc. First World War, defeat, first liberal government. Very short-lived, but liberal government. Afghanistan War, defeat, collapse of the Soviet Union, opening up for democratic reforms. Look at the Russian military victories. The victory over Napoleon, after retiration of Russia under Nicholas I, the victory over, in the Second World War, harsh Stalinism, even more harsh, etc., etc. So the defeat is good for Russia, good for Russian citizens. And we need, no. I mean, I'm not joking. A few more things. I think we need to, what I heard a little bit, some of the thoughts were as if we were in 2024. So what happened in 2024 is that everybody was disillusioned about the possibilities of Ukrainian counteroffensive. Everybody was so, down. And we were in the war of attrition. So as if we are now in the same logic. We're not in the same logic anymore, because Ukrainians have made a huge progress since then, technological progress. And we are really seeing how we can, I'm talking to soldiers, I'm reading a lot of stuff. People who are very upset in 2024 give a lot of signs of hope right now. So Ukraine is changing, technologies are changing, and what I said in my speech, we need to integrate technological, intellectual economy which is present in Europe to help Ukrainian defense. Why? Not only for the sake of Ukraine. Here I agree with Olga that it is not the question of Ukraine only, it's a question of Europe, but not only against Russia. It's a technological battle in which Europe is losing to United States and China. So this war, look at it as an opportunity, technological opportunity to catch up. It's quite possible, because otherwise Europe will be just, we'll lose all the wars for car sector, for IT, for AI, and etc. I think the cars, I know, are a very important topic in Germany. Sometimes when I joke, you don't laugh. I think something is strange. Sometimes when I don't joke, you laugh.
The love affair with the car industry is...
Yeah, and the last point about stability, and here I want to respond to this. I'm not sure that Russia is interested in stability. And I'm not sure that Russian modus vivendi is about stability. I think that to understand Russia, we should reread Hannah Arendt. Remember what Hannah Arendt was saying in her Origins of Totalitarianism when she was describing totalitarianism. I'm not saying that Putin is about totalitarianism. It's something different. But there is one thing that she described very correctly, is that these regimes are about movement. They are not regimes, old conservative regimes that want to stabilize the world and have stable structure. No, I think these regimes, from Stalin to Putin, are about movement. They want to move. And the Putinists are readers of Carl Schmitt, and Carl Schmitt will be saying you that it's a very bad philosopher, you know that, right? But he's read by Trumpists, he's read by Putinists, he's read in China, etc. So we should know the adversary. Carl Schmitt is saying, whoever destabilizes the world, who creates risk for others, have power. Putin learns that, Trump learns that. And therefore, just to practical terms, if we stabilize the border right now, the contact line, frankly speaking, well, this was one of the Ukrainian suggestions, right? And Zelensky was ready for that. And the negotiation process is all about that. But then you ask a question, what do you do with Zaporizhia? What do you do with Kherson? Because they are in the Russian constitution. And Russia legally thinks that they are their territory. So how can you stabilize when Russian legal, not ideological, legal reading of Ukraine is different. Russia is, and here's not a joke, Russia thinks that Ukraine occupied its territories. That's the logic of the Russian constitution right now. Therefore,
Historical Russian land, yeah.
Yeah, I would love to have situation stabilized, but frankly speaking, I don't think that Russia wants it, and therefore your question about the Baltic states and Poland is really, really important, because what we face on these days is that when Europeans rejected Trump's call for help, that means that if Russia attacks Baltic states or Poland, Trump will not help.
Any quick comments on that? Otherwise, we will move to the second round. Yeah, Licia.
Maybe just a very quick comment or a reflection. I think this is very, the conversation that we've had so far is very telling, that I think we still, or most of us, are still avoiding a very clear answer to a very clear question about the end game. And we hear nice terms such as sustainable peace, or let's be more realistic. And I think, first of all, what is realistic is anyway is a very subjective term, and this is essentially what we can imagine. It's very much what we can imagine in our head. And I think some of the points that we have heard is more indeed a logic of 2023, 2024, where all of us we're still thinking, we're trying to think symmetrically. You have one land force against a big one, against a smaller one. Of course you're going to defeat, so you have to not a defeat and not a full victory, etc. Indeed, 2026 looks very, very different. And I think what we couldn't have imagined is by a couple of dozens of Ukrainian drones eliminating a third of the strategic aviation, or the electronics, whereby the Russian missiles will be now pretty much blind when they will be sent, etc., etc. And just to reiterate, it's again about imagination, what Volodymyr was talking about in terms of Russia's defeat. We can't imagine, although there is historical precedence. The same about Russian empire collapsed. I have to say, in the 20th century, the Russian empire collapsed twice, especially the last one, which was absolutely unimaginable across the board in all of European countries and especially the United States. After the chicken speech, just a couple of weeks, ta-da, it's gone. And I think we are just not bold enough to think in terms, and to really think what is realistic, and be bold enough to think about the contingency strategies of our own once something is to happen in Russia. And I'm pretty positive that what happened already twice in the 20th century will be followed in 21st one, and we'd be better prepared. And I think this is the biggest problem here in Europe, that nobody even dares in political discussions or just think tank discussions like these to answer it fully. What about then the state bureaucracies? What about the military, etc.? It goes down the line. We are just not prepared and very frightened to answer this very simple, although it's not simple, question: what is the endgame scenario? And then we will be unprepared to deal with the consequences.
Lisa, I have one final question in this round. I think if we agree that from the Russian side, this is not a war on territory, yeah? But how far is it a war on territory for Ukraine? And if you define Ukrainian victory or the goals Ukraine must achieve, does this include the full liberation of the occupied territories? As far as I got it, in the public language of Zelensky, the priorities were moving, and his first priority is maintaining, keeping up Ukraine's sovereignty, domestically and internationally, and Ukraine as vibrant than economically, politically than a nation state. So what is about territory?
I think I would distinguish one specific game that we are all playing with our American partners, and the other what we especially internally discuss in Ukraine. It is about territory, because as Volodymyr rightly mentions, we can give up Crimea and Donbass.
People.
First of all, people. Second of all, it's this never-changing appetite from the Russians to gain more and more. So it's really not about this line, and then we all play this game that we will be believing that there will be no shifting of this border further west. So it's, first of all, it's our land, it's our people. Second of all, it's just foolish after so many years, and especially after the Minsk process and so much experience that we have had, of believing the Russians that they might be okay with a certain line that has been drawn by international partners. This is just a very big distortion of the logic of the Russian Empire that still exists from my point of view.
Okay. So let's move to a very quick second round of then discussion regarding the future European security order after the end of the war and the role of Ukraine in this new security architecture. Maybe, Mr. Wagner, you will start. Please, to all of you, maybe 3 minutes, so we meet the deadline of the panel.
No, thanks so much for this question. Difficult to answer because we don't know how this war will end. Just very briefly again on what's been said. Of course, it's for Ukraine to define the outcome of what's acceptable for you and what's not. And our role is to bring you in the best position possible. I think Germany is doing its part, and hopefully other partners will contribute as well. To the maximum extent possible. On the future European security architecture, it very much depends on the outcome of this war. I think that's a given, because it will have a huge impact on whether Russia will feel emboldened to continue its kind of revisionist stance, or whether we manage to kind of stand up for the sacred principles of territorial sovereignty, independence of countries, that you can't kind of shift borders by force and so forth. And that is why it's so important that a future peace deal, let's call it like this, future peace agreement, future peace framework regarding Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, will kind of help us to kind of put you in a position of being a steel porcupine, in the sense that there will be a long-term military and financial support also even after a peace deal has been agreed upon. It's crucial that whatever will be in this agreement, like a monitoring or verification mechanism of borders or a line of control, whatever it might be, will be something where US and Europe partner, because it's quintessential to have the US on board, given the intel it provides. It's important that we'll have binding bilateral and multilateral security guarantees in favor of Ukraine. I think many countries, member states of the European Union, have made these kind of security agreements with Ukraine. We've done so as well. The European Union as an entity has done so as well. And it's crucial that we kind of deliver on the promise of the EU accession of Ukraine, because the future of your country has to be inside the European Union. You might know that we are quite reluctant when it comes to specific dates, as an accession process is a cumbersome one. However, in one way or the other, Ukraine will adhere to the European Union, and at least that's what we are working for. So I would say this is important. A second element, so the whole package of security guarantees in favor of Ukraine in order to forge a good and prosperous future even after the war ends, if it ends, because it could be ongoing because Russia feels emboldened and so forth. The second element is we have to strengthen the European pillar of NATO, or the European dimension of NATO. It will be very interesting to see how the Ankara summit, NATO summit, will unfold, given the fact that last year in The Hague we've agreed on 5% GDP for defense expenditures at a national level. Each member state, with the exception of Spain, I suppose, in order to keep the US engaged also in NATO, and very difficult to predict how what's going on now in the Middle East will have an impact on this NATO summit, because you know the discussions, the public discussions on shall the Europeans help the Americans in kind of securing the Strait of Hormuz and so forth. But again, I don't want to go into Middle East issues here, just saying we need to strengthen the European pillar of NATO, and this is also crucial for the future European security architecture. I think the European Union has done a huge leapfrog forward. If you look at the Rearm Europe program, you might like the title of it or not, but kind of leveraging up to 800 billion euros public-private for public-private partnerships, for the SAFE program and so forth. I don't want to enumerate all the instruments which are in there. This that shows you that there's a change of mentality which has been necessary and which is good, because we finally assume more responsibility as Europeans and European allies inside NATO. So I think those are the elements which might kind of shape future European security architecture, which again largely depends on how the war will end.
Thanks a lot. Quite encouraging. Mrs. Olika, what is your assessment?
So I think in most futures in which Russia has not been disarmed, so Russia continues to sit there armed, we're looking at a security order, not architecture, because architecture implies design, and order, I think, is really our best hope, of deterrence and assurance. And I think the assurance bit is really important. We need the capacity both to deter adversaries and to reassure allies, because nervous allies are unpredictable allies. So in that world, I think Ukraine has a super important, if not terribly pleasant, role of keeping the Russians at least somewhat occupied. And I don't mean by staying at war, at least I hope not, but I don't see a lot of ways in this world where they don't keep an awful lot of troops really close to Ukraine. And Ukraine doesn't need an awful lot of troops to continue to deter Russia and reassure itself and everybody else. But that also, it sucks up a certain amount of Russian capability. I think another part of Ukraine's job is indeed deterring Russian attacks on Ukraine. And I think a huge part of what Ukraine brings to the table for its European partners, however that partnership is formulated, is military experience and defense industrial capability. One thing we learned both from the war in Ukraine and the war that is going on in the Middle East right now is that cheap and fast weapons are what you need. Really good, expensive weapons are going to get beaten by cheap and fast. Ukraine figured this out a long time ago, and Ukraine can help build. It can build cheap and fast. And it knows how to use cheap and fast, and it knows how to do adaptable. It knows how not to build systems that are meant to last for 10 years. It knows how to build systems that are meant to last for 10 weeks and then be adapted into other systems. And this is huge. I mean, you talk about competing with others. This is where Europe will be able to compete if Ukraine is part of that equation. Without that, then you're left with slow and expensive and not terribly useful.
Thanks a lot. Lesia, do you and does Ukraine still count on NATO, or Do you think, at least with Trump and potentially another MAGA president, Ukraine has to look for different security arrangement with European partners?
The short answer is I imagine, that's just, sort of a dream. I imagine a security order or architecture in Europe where Europe is brave enough to call a spade, understanding the number one threat and what Europe wants to do with this. And number two is being realistic about the fact that it is the job of Europe to defend itself, not free riding on the defense that has been provided over these dozens of years. And this is what I call really realistic, because we are embarking or have already embarked in such a turbulent world, in such a turbulent geopolitical situation, that we can't really count on external actors, and we really need to do it as soon as possible. And I am, thinking about this situation, and I do think about this question about Europe defending itself or being capable every night, in fact, and not because I'm strategies that can't fall asleep without thinking about the security order of Europe, but because I have a little son. He's 2.5 years old. His name is Miroslav. And as any parent knows, kids tend to have their favorite books, and then you end up reading this book for 1 million times. So there is this favorite book of Miroslav, which is about the lion and the mouse. And the lion, of course, is the epitome of greatness, and he has the power, and he exposes power all the time. And the mouse is gray, and she doesn't believe in her own strength, etc. But she has this dream. She really wants to learn how to roar like a lion. And so she hesitates for a while, and then she gets her act together and decides to approach the lion. And then when that meeting happens, this little mouse and this big and powerful lion, it turns out that the lion is afraid of mice. And this is every time when during a bedtime story, literally every single night, this is when I think about Europe and Russia, and about this mouse that actually has all the technical potential, the talent, the manpower, but what is lacking is really believing in itself and having the imagination to think of what a security architecture could look like when we use this potential. And just concluding on that, there is a formula in the military about the question how to win wars, and this formula is about 4M. It's manpower, money, material, so arms, and morale. And I think, and here it's about Ukraine's being part of the architecture.
Morale in terms of fighting spirit.
Fighting spirit, being able to, being willing to defend your own country or the values that you believe in. And I think it is this combination between Europe and Ukraine, where Ukraine has the morale, has a lot of manpower that knows what modern technological warfare looks like, and it has the ingenuity, it has the adaptability that Olga was talking about, the creativity and defense production, and Europe has the money, if you will, but it's more about the scale, about the production capacities, and the material that is ready to produce. So I think it's this combination of both that substitutes, from my perspective, a pretty good outcome of the next security order in Europe.
Thanks a lot. The only thing I would add is that we should not perceive ourselves as mouse. Because as mice, because compared to Russia, we could be the lion. We could be the lion, not only mentally, but economically, politically, militarily, if we want to be. Edwin, please.
Yes, we should, yes, it's about imagination. We should believe that we are lion, yes, not mouse. And of course, I think that we are talking about future and all these arrangements. I was thinking about the exchange of knowledge we can do between us, Poland, and other countries who joined NATO, joined European Union, and so on. And now we are learning from this war about the development of the situation, and also about how to run and manage the future we have to face. And on the one hand, we can see that all these old manuals which we believed that we should teach Ukrainians to follow, like NATO manuals, how to do war, are not so relevant, at least. Yes, but I don't want to say that Ukrainians know everything. So it's, once again, I repeat what I said, that now it's a great opportunity to work together for the future architecture of security and exchange not only knowledge, because Ukraine admits themselves that they know how to use the newest technologies, but Ukrainian economy doesn't have the newest technologies. They are in Europe, so Europe is still the source of newest technologies, also in the field of military affairs. So we can, working together, solve this problem. The process is getting faster now, so we can hear a lot about new initiatives like fuel manufacturing in Denmark for Flamingo rockets, quantum drone company here working on drones for Ukraine. In Poland, there are talks about manufacturing Bogdana howitzers in safer circumstances and so on. So this process is going on, but then there is something we, as Poland, can suggest, can translate. It's about the process of integration with Europe, because it's going on. So the process was not stopped during war, even quite opposite. It was getting faster, yes, now. But so I would recommend, from our experience, that it's worth use this process not only to modernize economy, to modernize infrastructure, but also to modernize the state as a structure providing public services. We did this, first of all, for example, to fight with corruption. We had very high in the 90s, and we succeeded in this. And with many other things. For example, then absorption of the money from Europe and other sources of help from Western. How to do this efficient, and another recommendation. The only way to do this is to decentralize country. We base this process on very decentralized structure of governing of the state on the local and regional level. And once again, Ukraine is doing this, but I would recommend to do this faster, even now, so especially on the regional level. And combining all of this, the fight, the war, and also the modernizing the state, and finding a way working together with European partners, we can achieve the goal Volodymyr said in the conclusion of his speech, that yes, this is existential war, not only for Ukraine, but for Europe, but together we can win, and we must win this war.
Thank you very much also for the remark that it's not only about military capacities, it's about renewing our whole political apparatus. So, final remarks, Volodymyr. Lesia has to run. I know you have to run, so we are closing the panel with some final words.
I'm very short. First, Olga, when you said that the mission of Ukraine is to keep Russia occupied, what exactly did you mean by the word occupied?
Sorry, good one. Nice, well done.
Next, about zoological metaphors, I think Russia is a bear, but bipolar bear. So we should keep that in mind as well. So very short. I think Europe should be really fast. The speed is one of the biggest problems. The technologies are changing very fast. In Ukraine, we have this concept battle proven. The world in 1 year will be completely different than the world today in terms of technologies. So we should learn fast how to adapt. The world in which we are living is the world of, global disorder. The thing is, what we probably still cannot fully understand is that those big powers that are supposed to keep the order are actually creating the disorder. And we still don't know what will happen with China, because China in this world of big powers is still, it's criticizing the order, American order, but it's not really changing it. So it will probably happen with China. So in this world, we need to be adaptive, we need to be fast. And here, the slowness of Europe, I think it's one of the biggest problems. And here, you need to think a lot how to change it. And I'm coming back to what Lisa was saying. Faith, psychology, this is very important. Europe is sometimes behaving as if it was in the logic of the powerlessness of the powerful, as I said earlier. We should bring this faith in us back. And now, as we talk about speed, I was asked to be very fast, so Lisa could go.
Thanks a lot. I failed as a moderator to include you, the audience, into our conversation, but I hope you have been compensated by a very rich and interesting conversation on the panel. Thank you very much, all of you, for participating. Hope we keep on going, working together, thinking together, looking for better policies. The next panel will start at 6 p.m., the way forward. And until then, please enjoy your break. Thank you very much.
hier, Hand hier, schön. Wechsel, was? Gehen wir mal. Ja, wir sind die vierte. Was ist jetzt die fünfte?
Ladies and gentlemen, we would continue with the second panel. If you would kindly take your seats, please.
People are having fun. We should not distract them.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would continue in the program with the second panel. If you would kindly take your seats, please. Like a lion. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your coffee, tea, and dessert to your seats, and let us continue with the second panel, please. Muss ich? Echt jetzt? Hä? Passt so, oder muss ich noch? Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with the second panel now. Welcome back. After the first panel, we now want to talk about not so much about where to get, but how to get there. So formulating the goals of what this war could, how this war could end, that in my view was the easy part, and now we're in for the really hard part to discuss how to get there. And the good thing is that we have a distinguished panel to do that. We've got Yevhen Hlibovitsky, who's a famous Ukrainian intellectual, founder and director of the Frontier Institute, a member of the board of Ukraine's public broadcaster Suspilne, and a former TV journalist with lots to say about the war in Ukraine and Ukrainian society. He's good at looking into the future of Ukrainian society, at looking at demography and human security. Welcome, Yevhen.
Thank you.
Then we've got Alexander Wyth, who's a lecturer at the Royal Danish Defense College. His specialty is Russia and Ukraine and hybrid warfare. And he's also a former Danish army captain, which also brings him a lot of experience. Welcome, Alexander.
Thank you.
And then we have Agnieszka Brucker, who is an MP for the Greens since 2009. She has had numerous functions in her parliamentary group, including Speaker for Defense Policy and spokesperson for disarmament. She's now in the opposition, but she's from Baden-Württemberg, where her party just beat the odds and is defended its position in power. Welcome to the panel, Agnieszka. And unfortunately, our fourth speaker, Johannes Schraps, just phoned in that he's stuck in a parliamentary meeting. He's from the Social Democrats, so I think they're dealing with last weekend's election still, and therefore he sadly misses this panel. That gives us more time to discuss, and really, Yevhen, I think we should start from where the last panel ended, we have these two outcomes. I think it's my takeaway. Maybe you guys have different ideas of what you heard on the first panel. One is a deterrence-based order. Porcupine is the metaphor for this, where Ukraine is a fortress and puts a lot of energy into being a fortress and into keeping Russia at bay. And the other outcome that was sketched out is an outcome where Russia doesn't have the means to attack anymore. Two very different outcomes, and both of them probably far into the future. But could you give us a little bit to set the scene, an idea of how Ukrainian society would look like if it has to be a porcupine, and how Ukrainian society would look like if it can deny Russia the ability to attack?
Okay. I had mixed emotions at previous panel, because there were some good thoughts and there were some things that I found appalling. One of the things that gets me depressed every time I come to Germany is that there is an overwhelming expectation that one day it will all end. And it won't. This is the beginning. So there is no end game. There is no, end of war scenario. This is gonna stay with us for a long time. And this is the new reality, and we have to adapt to it. And that new reality involves a lot of emperors with no clothes. It involves the very high agency and of the voters that cannot consider the direct consequences of their actions. So the assumption that voters want something better for themselves was thrown out of the window when we saw Brexit. Because people who wanted a better life actually got off worse. So I don't think that it's feasible to think that somehow that's gonna be, it will resolve somehow, it will be somehow different, just we have to wait a little longer and then it's gonna be done. No, it won't. Then the other thing is that I think is important is that there's overwhelming assumption that there is certain status quo, and if you do nothing, you retain this status quo, which is also a fallacy. If we do nothing, things will deteriorate. And expecting, when I was, I'm coming from former Soviet Union. No one taught anyone what is strategy in Soviet Union. So I had to learn it when Ukraine became independent. And one of the things that I was taught by my strategy professors was that you never see that it's a good strategy when there is a saying in it that someone else has to do something. Strategy is always about what you have to do. So expecting that Ukraine will become a porcupine so the rest of Europe can stay kittens is as unrealistic as it is. I'm looking for a nicer word.
You can use rough language.
And well, I've been known for that, and then the invitations dried out. So I've tried that already. So Ukraine staying a porcupine will have a terrible consequences for the West. Two things that we don't fully realize. If Ukraine is a security sponsor, and Ukraine is a security sponsor at the moment, then even if we continue the existing path of integration of Ukraine into the non-existing European Union, because the welfare union doesn't exist anymore, and the geopolitical union doesn't exist yet. So we're kind of in a limbo. So, you know, when we ask what kind of union Ukraine is joining, Ukraine hopes to be joining the geopolitical union. Because the welfare union that cannot stand for itself doesn't resolve any issues. So Ukraine is not a poor relative who's knocking on the door, which is the perception of Ukraine. I read the sociology. This is, you know, that the expenditures will grow, countries that are currently on the receiving end will become donors, you know, and all these other things. No. That's not the issue. We are mutually integrating. And if we are mutually integrating, that means that metaphorically, EU joins Ukraine as well. It's an asymmetrical integration, but this kind of relaxed policy that we see on the Western European side, let me put it this way, is a no-go in Ukraine. You know, similarly to how we hear, in my opinion, very fair comments that Ukraine cannot join the EU with, you know, the level of corruption. So what I would say is that we have to, you know, first we have to agree on the goal. And I'm not sure that I found the common ground. There was a very nice set of monologues here, not a dialogue, on the first panel. And it was intense, it was intellectually interesting, but it was not about the common ground. And as Lewis Carroll put it in Alice in the Wonderland, if you don't know where you're going, any road takes you there. So, so it doesn't make sense discussing the road. Now, and the last. I see two options for Ukraine. And let's metaphorically call them Finland and Israel. The first one is if Germany and other countries graduate to become allies, not partners. Yes, that means boots on the ground, but don't worry, not because we want you dead. It's for the European countries to get the first-hand battlefield experience that will strengthen the European armed forces. This is the point. If the militaries are too afraid to go, and if the politicians are too afraid to make a decision, then it's a different question. Then let's look up into the Lisbon Treaty and see if the actions correspond with the values that are in the Lisbon Treaty, and they don't. So the Finnish example is example how you are being integrated into the community. You have very sober understanding of reality on the frontier, and you retain the ability of being a democracy. That includes strong visionary capacity of the political spectrum. Ugro Kikkonen did incredible things with the Helsinki Final Act, but even more incredible things with the security reform that was camouflaged as educational reform in Finland. We don't see a similar approach here. You know, you can't sell certain things to the society straightforward. Then the politicians can look for the detours, for other ways, how to explain to the people that the quality of life will not be sustainable if we don't change now. And if we enjoy our life, and we want to continue enjoying our life, we have to change. The other option is the West does what we heard here. It's the spectrum between, look how cool we are, we're up from 5,000 helmets to 1.5 billion euros now. It's not cool. 11.5 billion euros is the cheapest thing Germany can do for Ukraine. It's the least expensive thing that can be done. That sum can be doubled, tripled, quadrupled, no one will notice. By the way, in Ukraine as well, because much more has to be done. We need German leadership, which costs more than the money, and it's absent. Germany is behind the timeline. So what happens then? Then we see that Ukraine has to accept reality as it is, and it doesn't matter how asleep the partners are, Ukraine has to continue. It's existential, you know? Just like mother who has a newborn baby has to wake up at night. It doesn't matter how tired she is. She wakes up at night, you know? And this is the very same thing, you know? You want to live, you wake up at night. And then what happens? If you have to do it alone, which in a sense Ukraine has to, then you have to get the power from somewhere and you take it from within, not from the outside, you take it from within. You know what happens? You radicalize. And when you radicalize, that defeats a lot of civic freedoms, that defeats democracy, that defeats human rights. And then your policy becomes a zero-sum game policy. And we see that in Israel. So choose what options you vote for. And I don't care for the words. I don't care for declarations. We now judge based on actions, period. Thank you.
Agnieszka, I want to bring you in. Maybe this is really also a challenge to Germany, and you're now in the opposition, so you can go full on Germany. The political will to, first of all, to realize the costs and the risks that we need to take. I think when you talk about costs, that is not only measured in money, you talk about taking over risks by us. We've moved the political will in Germany from 5,000 helmets to a couple of billions every year, but we need to move it much further, and then we need to sustain it, because we're talking about a long, long time into the future. Whatever is the outcome of this war, Russia in some way will have to be deterred. How do we sustain this political will, and how do we become more aware, maybe not so much of the risks of action now, but of the risks of inaction? One of them, Yevhen just said, is that Ukraine could lose its democracy. How do we bring this across to our electorates in Europe and especially in Germany?
Thank you very much. But first, I have to correct you. In my first period, I was spokesperson for disarmament. There have not been that much discussions about disarmament these times. Yeah, I wish I could say you're wrong. And your analysis is not right, but it is. And it's not about having no idea what should be done. I think it's very obvious. And when I have discussions in my hometown in Ravensburg or in the rural area of Baden-Württemberg, I meet people who understand that we have to do something, we have to do more. And when I come then back to Berlin, I witness what you spoke about. Like this, oh, we did so much. Look where we are coming from. But my answer always is, if it's not enough, it's not enough. You will lose the war, you will have no security, you will be attacked. And this is what we are seeing when we are looking what happened in the last years. The hybrid attacks we witnessed have not been really answered with consequences. I remember a debate with the former Chancellor Scholz. My colleague Konstantin von Notz asked him about the hybrid attacks from Russia, from China. He did not mention who is responsible. His first question was, who is responsible? And Olaf Scholz did not want to name them. And not acting and not doing enough is like an invitation to get attacked even more. And I think what really still is the most, or the biggest problem is the lack of the necessary sense of urgency. And I can illustrate it with an example, and I'm very sure you already discussed it in the conference, because yes, the ambition was the European Union should be a geopolitical actor. If the European Union was a geopolitical actor, then we would have had in December last year the decision to use the frozen assets to fund Ukraine. That would be the just, the bold, and the right move. But there was no decision, only a plan B, which was not as good as plan A. And now we are in the middle of March, and everybody is recognizing, oh, plan B is not working because Hungary is blocking it. And we had last week a parliamentary debate. Chancellor Merz said, Orban is not allowed to do it, this will have consequences. And then they met in Brussels, and nothing happened. And I asked the last 2 weeks, our government, what is the plan C? Yeah, you cannot just hope this problem will go away. And did you prepare, did you organize it? And I did not get really a convincing answer that somebody did. And I think there's still like then explaining why something did not work out, who is responsible, whose fault it was. But it's the responsibility of the Chancellor, of course, to organize another solution. And you can illustrate it by many examples. And I think this is not the mindset we need. And like the discussions, how should European Union look like? What is the vision? What are the problems? It's about acting. It's about getting things done. And this is not what I'm witnessing. And giving up is not an option. And of course, as an opposition party, we put pressure on the government. The delivery of Taurus, the funding of Ukraine, military support, it has to go on and it has to increase.
Maybe I just a follow-up question. I mean, one of maybe the only thing that has worked so far with mobilizing European societies a little bit is when they themselves have come under attack. Edwin Bendig named the drone attacks on Poland a Polish Pearl Harbor in the previous panel. Is this the only way we can go forward, waiting until we are attacked and then reacting, or is there a better way how politicians can prepare their societies to become proactive and get ahead of the curve and act before it is too late?
I will never give up the hope that we will become clever enough to do so, because as you said, strategy is not about waiting that somebody else is doing something, waiting that a crisis appears. The crisis is still here for years now. And I have the impressions that most of the people in my electorate, they want to see actions, and they are very serious about it, and they put pressure, and why do I not doing enough? And we are seeing a lot of excuses and not the actions that are needed.
And I want to bring in Alexander. You're from a small Nordic country, to which we, not only to yours, but to all Nordic and Baltic countries, we sometimes look with the type of admiration a little bit that we look at resilience in Ukraine, right? We're replacing action with our admiration of others a little bit, and the Nordics are often trailblazers in new forms of collaboration with Ukraine, new forms of tactics, and they're spending more per capita, significantly more than Germany. How do you look at this constellation where small countries are leading the pack, they're trailblazers, and the big players like Germany are following? How sustainable is this, and how could it change?
So thank you for the question. Just before I go to answer that, in order to not have a series of monologues, I will say I totally agree with you that this is not just going away if we do nothing. Russia is, and Russia always has been, a difficult neighbor. I think it was Henry Kissinger who said that Russia on the march rarely showed a sense of limits, and thwarted, it tended to withdraw into sullen resentment and plan for revenge. And for most of its history, Russia has been a course waiting for an opportunity. So this is not just going to go away by itself. And Ukraine will need us if it is to end this in a way that is not just going to be an existential threat for Ukraine, but possibly for us as well. And also, I just want to say something to you. So you said Plan A isn't working, and Plan B isn't working either. So what is Plan C? Well, that actually ties to what you said, because if you are in a room of people who are not acting, not doing anything, and you can't convince them to act, what you can do is act yourself. And so Denmark has provided 0.8% of its GDP to Ukraine. Well, some clap, but I actually think that it's a shame that such a small percentage is the most ambitious country. Germany has provided, I think, 0.3%, somewhere along those lines. And I think it's a real shame that we've given less than 1%, and somehow that is what people admire. We could easily give 5%, and Denmark would still be a good country to live in. And I think if we had a sense of urgency, and if we realize that this is not just an existential threat for Ukraine, but potentially for Europe as well, we would wake up. So the Nordic countries has been more ambitious regarding helping Ukraine than many others. And Denmark has, besides giving, well, in relative terms, a large share, but also been what we call norm entrepreneurs. So there are certain norms among states, sort of pack behavior, and those are the norms of how do states normally interact with each other. And sometimes that behavior is just not adequate to face the problems you are in and the geopolitical realities, because they change. And then you need someone to be the first pack animal to cross the river. You've seen it on Discovery Channel, all these herds of animals somewhere in Africa standing at the river, just waiting for someone to be the first. And I think in many ways, Denmark has chosen to be that animal, to be the norm entrepreneur. And we were amongst the first countries who gave heavy weaponry, such as tanks, F-16 fighters, and we gave our entire artillery, which was kind of small, but still. So for a period, Denmark just didn't have any artillery in its army because it all went to Ukraine. And many ask, why are we doing this? And I honestly think it's not too much about Ukraine, unfortunately. I think it's much about internal politics. For many years, Denmark was totally aligned with the US, and our main foreign policy objective was just to, if the US asked us to jump, we would say, how tall? So we would go to Iraq, we would go to Afghanistan, we would go everywhere the US wanted us to go. And we would take a certain pride in saying, we are punching above our weight. We are the best at doing something despite how small we are. And when those wars tended to become failures, and we withdrew, and the US withdrew, and the US withdrew from Europe to some extent, we missed something to be the best at. And there came along an opportunity. So I unfortunately think that's one of the answers. I don't think it's because we had a huge sense of urgency, because at the same time that we were very ambitious regarding providing money to Ukraine, we weren't really that ambitious building up our own defenses. Until Donald Trump became president, our goal was to have like one brigade sometime after Vladimir Putin had died of old age. Then Donald Trump became president, and all of a sudden we wanted to rebuild our military. So that's only then that our sense of urgency arrived. And of course, I'm only speaking on behalf of myself, not the Danish government. But I think it's due to internal politics. But what I can also see is that amongst the Nordic nations, there's a sort of competition now. So Denmark was criticizing Norway. We said, you have so much money from oil. Why aren't you helping Ukraine as much as we are? And now the Norwegians, I think they're beating us actually. So there's a sort of internal Scandinavian competition now. And I think it's positive, but I still think we could do so much more.
And you could include Germany into that competition a little bit. I think that would be very healthy for us. Yifan, I want to turn back to you. We have now firmly established from the first panel as well, but you just made that point again, that usually countries who are good supporters of Ukraine don't do it for Ukraine alone. They have vested interest in that, be their own security or their competition with their neighbors. Both of them might be part. Once Ukraine becomes a porcupine, and thus
I hope it doesn't.
But even if it's a preliminary stage to get to something better, right? Once it is able to stave off Russia enough that we can feel safe, that incentive will be gone, right? We will not be, we will not feel that urge anymore to feel, to help Ukraine. How to keep up the political will across Europe, not just in the Nordics, to help Ukraine even beyond the stage of whatever animal it is, porcupine or something better.
Okay, let me repeat slowly. There is Lisbon Treaty. It starts with a list of values. If the EU cannot fulfill those values, the EU doesn't exist in reality. And if there is no way to protect the values that have been declared, that means that this is no longer the union that was intended. It's a marriage of convenience. So there is no love in it, you know. So what Ukraine is a litmus test for the integrity of EU. We're not asking you to join the war for ourselves. I urge Germans to be egoistic. Do it for yourselves. Because if you can't do it for yourself, that means that the Russians will know exactly how to push Germany around, how to force the Stockholm syndrome inside the German political elites, how to intimidate, how to blackmail, how to force Germany to appease the Russians, the Americans, the Chinese. This is only the beginning. There are many powerful players who enjoy the fact that they can go much further than their predecessors. Putin has established certain bar. That bar was missed by both the Americans and the Europeans in 2014, when reaction to annexation of Crimea was I'm looking for the word again. And because of this, we now see Trump, who clearly enjoys what Putin has done and practices very similar things in Venezuela, in Iran, Cuba is next, and there's Greenland, and there's Canada or Alberta. I'm not sure whether, you know, what understanding of geography is there, but it doesn't matter. And then we have Xi Jinping. It's a huge market. You know, VW enjoys that market. But there are also Uyghurs. And it's kind of, you know, doesn't play out, you know, at the same time enjoying the market and making a stance. So it's kind of difficult. And then, so the question comes, you know, values is something that is not a subject of compromise. Otherwise, they're just interests. So the question that Ukrainians ask, guys, are you serious or not? And the response that we get in actions is that, no, you're not serious. You know, the EU is very far away from the kind of union that was in the beginning. By the way, I would like to second the previous panel and say that EU is a union of defeated empires. Seriously. This is the union of defeated empires. Losing empires was the best thing that happened to the societies of these countries. So now here comes Ukraine, and it's a challenge. Because Ukraine is metaphorically black. You know, biologically not, but metaphorically is. And so, you know, it kind of challenges, you know, do we think that these people are expendable just because of their geography? Or are we shared to take the burden together because we have values? Now, my fear is that if Ukrainian, and this is what I hear a lot in Ukrainian military, they're saying, look, the West is hypocritical, so if they fail us, we have no reason to protect them. And having the policy of resentment take over in Ukraine, that's going to be Hungary on steroids. I would not like to see, when I'm alive, I would not like to see that. I don't think anyone wants, because you know what's going to happen as a result of this? For probably a generation, Ukraine will be one of the strongest nations in the world militarily. With this military influence will come political power. Ukraine will be a regional player. And eventually, Ukraine will risk starting looking down at countries that used to look down at Ukraine. This is why I'm saying zero-sum game is the worst approach we can have. Because we're laying the ground for bad policies in the future. I hope I was not talking too fast.
No, I think this was very clear. Yes, we're in danger of laying the grounds for Hungary on steroids. We have a full plate with Hungary as it is, I think, already. We really don't want a Hungary on steroids. And I would like to spend the rest of the panel to talk a little bit more tangible on labor sharing, sharing of division of labor inside Europe, and the EU is a big part of that, of course, and it's deeply blocked at the moment because of Hungary. There's a lot of small coalitions that are building around Ukraine. Now there's a coalition of 26 countries that tries to pass this loan. We've got a drone coalition, we've got a maritime coalition, we've got an air defense coalition. There's lots of little clubs that you can join at the moment, usually driven by interests, I would say, not so much by values. how sustainable do you think it is to get together for single-purpose coalitions, and how, maybe we can get from that stage to something better, to something more inclusive and more European Union driven again?
I think it's like not the discussion we had 15 years ago in peaceful times, how the European Union should reform itself to be more able to act, be able to integrate more. I think there's so much that has to be done, and there are always actors who try to stop it, to block it, who hesitate, and so we do not have really a choice. We have to build these coalitions. Of course, it's not perfect, and to work together. Of course, we have also European states that are member of NATO and not member of the European Union anymore. You already mentioned it. So, of course, we need the United Kingdom at our side and build these coalitions and do everything that has to be done. We do not have the time, like thinking about reforms or reforming the treaties. We have to get things done in a very, very fast way. And as you mentioned, this mindset of competition regarding the Nordic states, I wish it was the same, and I wish Germany would join the club. But when we have these discussions here, I sometimes have a very different impression, because it's like, oh, because we changed our constitution and our so-called debt break, so this is why we could spend that money. Other European states can't. And I always say, no, let's maybe not do more, because then other European states won't join and will lay back. And this is the wrong approach. It's the opposite of what Germany should do. And there are coming, especially since Donald Trump has won the elections, many delegations of colleagues from other countries, and they are looking at Germany and saying, what is your plan? What should we do? And there is like not a leading role. And this is the plan, we should this, and this is the new coalition we should build. But it's like always joining, not having a plan, waiting. The coalition regarding the security guarantees is an example, because in the last year, Germany was not part of it. Then in December, January, there was like, oh, Germany joined the coalition, but was not really announced. A few days later, the chancellor said, yeah, we are part of the coalition, but maybe not with boots on the ground in Ukraine. Maybe our brigade in Lithuania is part of our security guarantees. And of course, we have to discuss in Parliament, what do Germany wants to contribute? And like not waiting what everybody else is doing and joining like secretly, and not having this discussion what should be done and what should be delivered, because everybody is looking to Berlin, what are you doing? And we're not taking the action we should need. And of course this is a problem, because it invites Putin to go further and to like wait and see if there are frictions, who is afraid, and to exploit these situations.
Yevhen, you wanted to respond to that directly?
You know, I actually want to dream a little bit, you know.
You're welcome here.
I wish we had a different discussion here. I wish we were having a discussion about the fundamentals of the common European Eastern policy. Because Ukraine is now on the frontier with Russian imperialism. which has been shooting itself in the leg and other parts of body consistently. And eventually, basically what Russia does, it destroys its own independence for the sake of its imperial ambitions. And as a result, it creates void that China fills in. So Ukraine will find itself on a frontier with Chinese sphere of influence. A lot of states in between will not enjoy it. You know, I used to work for OSCE in Central Asia. I know what I'm talking about. And that means that we have to have a policy how the statehoods of Eastern Siberia should be supported, of what can be the transition of the Muslim statehoods in North Caucasus and, for instance, Tatarstan, Bashkortostan, and other stans. What can be done with the strengthening of, at least of the national identity of the Ugro-Finnic identities in Russia. There should be a framework of what future Russia should be. There is no vision of this. I'm actually very surprised that the Russians themselves are silent about it. The skeleton in the closet that Ukraine has was that the concept of Russian empire that we are fighting now was developed in 17th century in Kiev-Mohyla Academy. So, you know, we don't want to repeat that mistake. We don't want to think of their statehood for them for the second time. I would like to discuss how the European countries leave the non-proliferation agreement and nuclearize. What would be the new post-Bretton Woods system with euro as a global reserve currency that will be competing with China and that will be competing with the United States? And what niche or what influence will that have on third countries? I would like to discuss how the idea of good governance should be reinvented with each following cycle, so the countries don't fall prey to short-termism of their own citizens and their own consumers and their own businesses, that as a result kill the long-term capital interest for the short-term quarterly interest. Or how do we make sure that autocracies don't get enough money? And that probably will lead to something like global trade agreement where democracies will be taxing trade with autocracies. And you see, these are the things, you know, that how do we improve the dysfunctional UN? How do we make sure that countries like India are not sidelined in security instance, because as a result they have no incentive to behave responsibly. So we are currently behind the real agenda that is necessary if we want to secure good quality of life for Germany, for other countries in the EU, if we want the next generations to have solid basis for their competitiveness and for their human rights. Because if we don't discuss these things, we're moving in chaotic directions. You know, this is not the real movement. And I'm very sorry, because Ukrainians used to think that they're adults in the room and we would look up to them. And we are terrified to discover that in many instances we are the oldest person in the room and we are kids. We're not capable, our system of governance is not capable of mature decision making. We are an extremely young statehood. We became independent in 2014. We are fighting our independence war. And so we expected that a little older statehoods have a bit more maturity. So, you know, I think that we should take on the homework of actually making up for the lost time. Because while we're doing this, there's a lot of accumulated pain. And you know, I taught my kids in Ukraine that if you ever are faced with aggression in Ukraine, usually there is no malice intention behind it. Usually there's tremendous pain behind it. So you should not heal aggression with counter-aggression. Heal it with empathy. You know, we are missing the deadline again. And you know, if this event has to continue next year, let's set an ambitious goal. Let's try to go beyond what the government is capable of thinking. Let's go beyond what the think tanks are capable of thinking.
I think we have a huge gap here with the, what you suggest is a little bit that we learn how to run before we learn how to walk, you know, that we go the next step when we don't even know what lessons to learn from this very war and how this, what tangible steps this would entail. And Alexander, maybe you help me out here a little bit with the Nordic experience of, you know, what can be a division of labor now between Ukraine and European countries. How do we learn the tangible next steps that need to be taken for us to learn to walk and then to learn to run and to see this far into the future when China becomes the problem, not Russia, right? I think we're failing the most immediate tasks at the moment, and maybe you can help us a little bit decipher how to find answer to those, learning from Ukraine as well.
Yes, well, I'll start by saying that we should not expect the EU to solve our problems. Germany should take leadership for Germany and then hope the EU would also move in the right direction. But there's always going to be Hungary or another state that blocks. I mean, the Spanish are saying we shouldn't spend money on defense because the Russian tanks are not going to cross the Pyrenees anytime soon. So the EU is a lot of countries and there's always going to be someone dragging their feet, so to speak. So we have to act nationally and in small clubs and see what we can do. So regarding division of labor, there was mentioning of European states joining the war. I don't think there's any wish for most European countries to join the war. I don't think it will happen unless something crazy happens. But perhaps if Ukraine could win anyway, I think Ukraine would have won a long time ago if from the start it had gotten all the money, all the weapons and all the intelligence that you asked for. I think if we had given 5% of GDP instead of 0 point something, and if you had gotten all the intelligence you wanted, if all the Patriot missiles that are currently being fired at Iranian drones, you would have won. The Russian army that attacked was actually not very strong. So I think the first thing we should do, division of labor, is we should be the arsenal of democracy. We have the money, we have the people, and we could create the industrial capacity to produce what the Ukrainians need. The Ukrainians also have the capacity to produce much more weapons than they are doing today. They just need the money. And we should also change what we're producing. So in Germany, you have Rheinmetall and other conventional military companies. They're still producing tanks. But every Ukrainian I talk to and every Russian milk blogger is saying, if you go to war in a tank, you're on a suicide mission. Tanks are the equivalent of going on a horse with a sword in your hand against machine guns. Now, perhaps, I'm not saying the tank is going to be dead forever. Perhaps it can be made to work again. But at what cost compared to drones? I think what Germany should do is invest heavily in drones because drones are cheap and they can be mass-produced. Both Ukraine and Russia produce more than 1 million drones every year. And finally, we should look at geography. So Germany is not a frontline state. You are what we call the strategic rear. That means you're the state that other states need to pass through. If the Americans are coming, if the French are coming, if the Brits are coming, they would need to move through, well, the Danish straits, but also the German autobahns, your harbors, your airports. So you need to facilitate that transportation of troops east and be the rear that conducts the maintenance of broken down vehicles, that conducts the production of drones, and of course also to some extent participated in the actual fighting. And I think the brigade you have in Lithuania, I think it is a step in the right direction. But a brigade is, I mean, the Russians lose 1.5 brigade every week. So a brigade is not going to cut it.
Agnieszka, yeah, I want you to respond to this, but maybe you can also bring in a little bit. I mean, we heard now several times we could spend much more money, right? We wouldn't even feel it. Ukraine wouldn't feel it in the beginning either. But as a politician, you have to talk to your constituents and make hard choices between spending money on defense and spending money on local roads and schools and hospitals. So probably in your work, you feel this dilemma, and maybe you can talk a little bit about how you resolve this dilemma and how you talk to your electorate about money, because it really comes down, when we listen to Alexander, it comes in many aspects, it is about money.
Yep. Going back to the discussions with the former Chancellor Scholz, who did not want to name and shame Russia and China, and I think China already is the challenge and the threat as well. I argued a lot with our coalition partners, and especially the responsible people in the government from the Social Democratic Party. And they always told me, Agnieszka, how you talk about all of this makes people afraid. And that made me angry. And so I invited one general who was responsible to organize everything you just talked about, which is called the Operational Plan Germany. And to my constituency, I convinced the mayor of my city to organize the discussion, because it would be a little bit weird, the Green member of parliament and the general, because I want to test it. And he talked about what we are seeing not only in Ukraine, but all the attacks on our infrastructure, on our democracy, about disinformation, and all the preparations. And in the room there were people, young, I would suppose, ladies more from the political left, also like very old, retired soldiers, really the whole of society approach when you looked in the room. And it was, nobody talked, everybody listened. And afterwards, many people told me, well, this was heavy, but it was good. It was good that somebody talked about what we are sensing. We are not afraid because somebody's talking about the threats. What makes us afraid is when we have the impression that you do not take it seriously, that you do not have a plan, that you don't act. And like this was really an encouraging example. And the practical solution to your question was the changing of the constitution, because this was our answer at the last possible moment. With the old majority, the two-third majority, you need to change the German constitution to establish that. And when I was first briefed on the operational plan Germany, this was at the beginning of 2024, it was like a wake up, and I went to every ministry and said, yeah, this will cost a lot of money, and we can't have a discussion about it's for the kindergarten, is it for the welfare state, is it for health security, or for our security as a nation? And what I got was so many excuses, although everybody should know that you have to do this. And we already missed missed the opportunity. It was really the last chance, and it was there were many moments where it could have gone wrong, let me say that. And so I really believe that people understand what we have to do, that we live in serious times, that security is precious, and there is a support. And I don't have many discussions with why did you spend so much money on defense. I have more discussions like, why is it going so slowly? Why do I spend it on tanks, not on drones? And you should also mention, if we really learn the lessons from Ukraine about electromagnetic warfare, this is what concerns me most, because we have like the old list that was drawn as when Biden was president of the United States, and we have to talk about strategic enablers, and it's not the sense of urgency we need and the decisions we need. I would love to dream about everything you said, and don't want to get you depressed again, although I do not agree on every dream. But I think what is most important now is to get the job done.
We are in the... Great. I'm interrupting all your applauses. You well deserve them, of course. Maybe the two of you could quickly follow up on this point. I think this is really important, that your constituents are asking for this urgency and the security issues being talked about, not being swept under the rug. We often admire also the Nordics for being alert and not anxious, that getting from anxious to being alert. About Ukraine, we don't need to talk about. They're beyond alert, probably, already. Maybe you could quickly talk about how your experience, your societies manage this transition, and then we have the luxury of having a bit more time in this panel, and we can open up for questions from the public as well.
Just very shortly, when I speak about hybrid warfare, the listeners often ask me afterwards, aren't you afraid? And I say no, because I'm prepared. And I think the main reason why people are afraid is because there's no plan. There's just panic in absence of a plan. And rather than, oh, we shouldn't talk about this because people will become upset or panic, we should definitely talk about this because that's the only way to alleviate this panic. Now, what we're doing, Denmark has given some advice, some guidelines to its population, saying you need to have provisions for 3 days, so medicine, food, water, energy, petrol, that kind of stuff. Sweden and Norway says you need to have provisions for a week. And I'm not really sure that their threat is so different than ours. So, and I think in Germany there's no debate about this at all. So I think there's, oh, all right, I'm sorry then. But, recently. All right, recently. So my point is that there seems to be different threat perceptions that are more different than the difference in threat. And who can say whether 3 days or a week or a month is enough? But I think what we should do is basically copy the world champions of prepping, Finland. So we all remember the COVID. We wanted to buy masks, right? And nobody could buy masks because they were produced in China and China needed them for themselves. Well, Finland just opened up their huge stockpiles of provisions somewhere deep in the Finnish forests where there's masks and fuel and ammunition and food and everything that the society needs to function during an emergency. And the reason that Finland is prepared is because they've never forgotten who's their neighbor. And we should start looking into that as well.
You see, living on the frontier is like taking cold shower every time. You know, it energizes you. You know, and it gets you back into reality. So actually, you know, one of the programs that are in my institute is demography, and Ukraine is in a catastrophic demographic situation. I personally expect that there might be some inflow into Ukraine from richer countries, not poorer countries, for one simple reason. The culture of resilience that is engraved in societies is attractive from the point of view of people who want predictability of their life, of their lifestyle, of their quality of life. And you know, what basically Ukrainians have done is that we make our quality of life less dependent on the external circumstances. So we're less context dependent, but we're actually trying to make it for ourselves. The Finns have gone way ahead of us, and they've done it differently than we will do it. You know, they're Nordic, we're Mediterranean, you know, so we have, you know, we need certain chaos to be present in our lives, you know, but the thing is that this is exactly what is important, is that we understand that the resilience is the new currency. It's the new capital. It is the new thing that eventually the voters will learn to appreciate and expect. This is going to be the new metric for people who will be elected in constituencies, for the governments, you know, how resilient is the society as a result of their governance. And, you know, we have this fragility, international fragility, that's not going to go anywhere because the single polar world is gone. So that's probably going to last for a generation or two. The climate crisis doesn't go anywhere. We just added the ethical AI crisis. You know, look what's happening with the Anthropic and the Pentagon. And I'm not sure how restraining is the use of AI, both on the Russian and on the Ukrainian side, you know. And and these are only, you know, kind of the top threats that we have. So we are completely capable of doing it together. The only thing that restrains us is actually our own internal fear. I know how it feels. Ukrainians were there. You know, we were trying not to see the danger. Ukrainians were perceiving Russia as a close friend until 2014. Ukrainians didn't want to believe that there's going to be a big conflict. We had the ostrich policy of our own government. By the way, the very same government that now is leading Ukraine, you know, in the war. So, you know, we're not perfect. I can talk here for hours on the mistakes and on the stupid policy decisions that Ukraine has made. You know, we've scared a lot of our citizens with bad mobilization policy. Do not repeat our mistakes. You know, we've done a lot of other things but wrong. But in the essence, we all have to overcome our fear and protect our agency. What has happened in 4 generations in Europe is that the fact that security was provided from the outside and it didn't even have to be paid for in full, it created the culture where security is taken for granted. And it's not for granted. And now there's going to be a shock. So honest politicians will be forced to tell their constituents that, look, it's going to hurt for a while. You'll adapt, but it's going to hurt for a while because we'll have to come out of this drugged state. We'll have to come out of this situation when things that were taken for granted are not for granted. And, you know, this is very similar. Ukrainians are taking for granted the fertile soils that we have. You know, you drop a seed and it blossoms, you know. You don't even have to do anything. It just happens, you know, because we have 100 days with rain a year, because we have a lot of sunshine, etc. You know, it's very easy to take for granted things that we have, and they are not for granted.
Now, I really want to take the last 20 minutes for questions from the audience. Are there right on the side there? Please introduce yourself.
Hello.
And stand up, please.
Yeah,
so we can see.
My name is Anastasia Booth. I would like to ask 2 questions to Agnieszka. So, first you mentioned Operationsplan Deutschland. I find that very exciting. And my first question would be, if you know of, we can talk about some Russian scenarios, hybrid scenarios, and if there is any kind of wargaming that's happening in Germany regarding these scenarios. And if there is anything that probably the civil society can do to pressure somebody, some authorities, at some points, into seriously rehearsing for the possible scenarios. Yes, probably that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, you can go ahead. It's
There are
very
already
clear.
some exercises. There was like one war game as a podcast. Was not good. Was not good. We lost.
It didn't turn out well for Germany.
No. They did not realize they are already attacked. You have to learn your lessons and draw your conclusions. Regarding to the plan, there is already a lot that has been done, especially regarding the military aspects. What concerns me more is we do not say total defense, we say, because of our history, Gesamtverteidigung is the civil side of the defense. And I really have a lot of discussions, again, in my constituency, with companies, with the people of the so-called Blaulichtfamilie, the civil actors.
First responders.
Yeah, the first responders. And they have like also the sense of urgency. They have ideas. They want to contribute. They want to know what they should prepare for. They want to know how they could help if a crisis appears. And it can be a cyber attack. It can be like a flood. We have seen floods as well. People have to prepare. Or it could be a conventional attack. And they're like asking the Ministry of Interior, and there is no real plan. This is why we had a big debate last week in Parliament that we also need like a civil Operationsplan Deutschland to prepare. And I am really concerned that we like miss this opportunity, that people and companies saying we want to contribute, what can we do? And they will not get really an answer. And then we will lose like the momentum to do a lot more and to be better prepared.
And there is still the second question. I mean, there is a lot of sensitivity about those questions. And I think that the German government is trying to prevent some kind of confusion when they do not share details about the Russian hybrid. But somehow there is still a lot of confusion when the hybrid is happening. And there is no really centralized, direct and clear communication about whether it is happening and what is happening. At least to some limited degree, there is no dialogue with the officials, and I do not want to tell this, but sometimes it is a question whether they do not know how to communicate, or they are on the Russian side helping them conceal their false flag operations, or what is happening at all. And is there a chance to get some communication from the German government?
I would not agree. There is a lot of communication. A lot has improved. For example, there is the hearing with the heads of our intelligence services, and where there were shared very special details. And I also witness a lot of interest, but I would agree that we have to do a lot more. This is why we want like a briefing for the German public. Of course, you cannot attribute, you have a feeling, my colleague who is responsible for intelligence service always says when it walks like a cat, when it sounds like a cat, there is a possibility and a probability it is a cat, but we like doing our homework there, I would say.
Yevhen and Alexander, any learnings from your countries, how to communicate and how to integrate civil society in defense planning or security planning in general?
Well, the first thing we have to realize is that the civil defense is not shielded from the actual fighting. So what we can see in Ukraine is that often the Russians will, let's say, target some infrastructure, and then when the civil defense arrive, they'll target it again, so to cause casualties to the civil defense. So I understand why you keep it separate for historical reasons, but the civil defense needs to be deeply ingrained in the air defense, for example, because if there's no air defense, there's no civil defense. Yeah, I think that was what I want to say about that.
Well, the case of Ukraine is hardly applicable in a sense that Ukraine has a different governance model. By the way, I'm not sure if this is taken into account with the EU integration negotiations, because what happens in Ukraine is that the basic assumptions in the society is that the system does not work. And the basic assumption in Western societies is that the system works. Then the basic assumption in Ukraine is that the government is a threat, not a service. So you have to be cautious of the government. So you want a weakened government. You want the government to be weaker. And then the civil society becomes a weight-carrying pillar. It's not an element of kind of nice flowers on the design. So the civil society actually carries real weight. And the way it works is that the result is good only when the government and the civil society cooperate. So what it entails is that the government has to talk to people like we talk to the adults. This is where the Zelensky administration has failed miserably. They're talking to the society like the society is kids. They're trying to instantly gratify, any good behavior. It's a populist government, It just happened that our populist is a frontier populist, But the point is that the more there is truth, the better for the agency. And the Ukrainian way is to have a lot of grassroots agency that people will be making their own decisions. I am not sure that every model from one country is applicable to the other. For instance, some societies are class societies. Ukraine is not class society. Ukraine has crazy social mobility, You can be born in terrible conditions and end up being prime minister, or vice versa, so there's a lot of movement, a lot of social movement. So you're not locked into some kind of group. But so I'm not sure if Ukrainian solutions would be applicable elsewhere, and solutions from elsewhere would be applicable in other countries. And I think this is one of the important findings. And one of the military commanders on the front line told me, he said, Ukraine is when you have a question and there is more than one correct answer. And I think this is what we have to apply to Europe, that we might have different but equally correct answers to the same challenge. And we should not be fighting about which model is right. As long as they're compatible, as long as they can meet, and connect and work well, that's fine.
2 or 3 more questions. The gentleman in the red shirt, please.
Hello, thank you very much for a very interesting discussion. I'm Vasily from the Georgian organization GZA, and I want to ask this question to Mr. Hlibovitsky, because for me it's very clear position as a Georgian. We see Ukraine as a defender of European values, and the fact that my country has shifted from democracy towards authoritarianism is also the decision makers in European Union has to be blamed. But I want to ask this question to Mr. Hlibovitsky. I just read the poem Kafkas by Taras Shevchenko, where he says, it's not only about Ukraine or about Georgia, it's the united struggle of nations. What is Ukrainian perspective about Georgia? How important and significant is the countries in Caucasus for security of Ukraine?
Can I make it wider than Georgia? Gamar Jobot. I want to make it wider than Georgia, and this is back from my experience in when I worked in Kyrgyzstan. My very good friend Roza Utunbayeva, who's a very impressive politician, becomes an interim president of Kyrgyzstan. And because I never asked her anything, I was a safe counterpart for conversations. So usually I would get a call around midnight in my Bishkek flat, and they would say, the first person would like to have a conversation. And I would always confront her with the question, why do Kyrgyz people want to live in the same state with Russia? And she would tell me that we Ukrainians don't understand anything about the politics because we think that the world consists of good and bad. She says, you think that you have good European Union and bad Russia. But we Kyrgyz have China and Russia. And then she told me, she said, look, you don't understand it, but Russia is the West for us. All of the pop culture, technologies, everything, it comes through Russia. And then she asked me a question. She said, can Ukraine be the West for us? That was in 2010. At that point, we could not protect even our trade interests. Ukrainian businessmen had to go and pay ransom to the local mafias to protect their business interests. So he said, of course not, we can't. You know, we're weak. You know, we won't be able to. Well, now things have changed. Now, Georgia alone will stand no chance, just like Kazakhstan, just like anyone else. I don't know, United Arab Emirates, Oman, you know, you name it. But if we create a union that can stand for itself, then it becomes cheaper and safer and more certain for everyone. I thought that that was the obvious idea of the European Union. Turns out it wasn't. So let's reiterate this. If we are in it together, it's cheaper for all of us, it's easier for all of us. And that's the point. We are back to the power struggle, so that means that the big powers have their say, medium powers have limited say, and small powers have to face their destiny. This is not a good way to run the world that is so integrated in the 21st century. It's going to create crisis after crisis. So let's create a platform that would allow to take a lot of these inefficiencies out, that would take a lot of these unfair situations out, but create clear incentives in terms of rules of the game. Hungary, that is not a democracy, and that is not a country that is run by rule of law, or Ukraine, that is not a democracy and that is not a country that is run by rule of law, cannot be a member of the club. And if something happens and Germany decides to experiment, the voter has to be very aware that there's going to be financial, security, social, and other consequences of stupid decisions. And this is how we can fight the extremes. Because, you know, it's very easy to manipulate social networks and spread hatred. It's very easy to create groups that you attack informationally, and then you act in electoral campaigns on it. But what are we putting against it? And I think it's important for us to understand that European countries cannot make it in this world if they're separate. Look what Russia is trying to do. It's trying to deal with each country separately. It's important to understand that Germany cannot make it on its own. So, you know, the solution is clear.
One last question from this side. In the back, the lady.
Tatiana Sel, Ukraine Hilfe Berlin. We are volunteers, and since full-scale invasion, we managed to fundraise over 10 million euros. And we were talking today about Europe not doing enough, or role of the civil society, or getting things done. And I don't have a question, I just have an appeal to the audience. We will not win this war if not every one of us in this audience and in Europe will not do enough. What is Europe? Europe is every one of us. Ukrainian defenders, as we discussed today, they are protecting not only Ukrainian land, but also our peaceful sleep here in Europe and our values. And it is obligation of everyone here and in Europe to support Ukrainian defenders. As the volunteers, we managed to fundraise and deliver to Ukraine over 400 evacuation cars, over 50,000 tourniquets. We saved over 1,000 lives. And I can only appeal to everyone, do the same. Please start with yourself. Talk less, do more. Over there, there's a donation box. You can donate. You can donate money, or you can donate your old car. Sorry, you can donate your old generator, or you can be volunteer. You can deliver cars to Ukraine, like we have Jan here, who delivered already 10 cars to Ukraine. Or...
So can you finish with a question, please?
Yes. I don't have, it is my appeal. I said I don't have a question. I'm appealing to the audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, then I will give each of you a minute to respond. We're over time already, but please make this your closing statement. 1 minute each, and then we're up for the wrap up. Alexander, you grab the microphone. You're ready to go.
Well, I would just first of all say I think we should all be grateful for people like you stepping up, and I think if there's just two messages that I would like to end with, it is, this is not going to go away unless we pull ourselves together and act. And we, as you correctly said, we're not just the EU, we're not just Germany, we're also individuals. And if we're not willing to take action as individuals, we can't really criticize our state or our union for not doing so either.
Yeah, I think this was a wonderful closing statement, because this illustrated the strength of democracy. And when I have discussions with school classes, and we had a big, very difficult discussion in the last year in Germany about military service, which we do not have in Germany. And after 20 minutes, and debunking some fake news from the far right and far left about sending young people to like the eastern flank of NATO, which nobody wants to do, but the government like just argued with itself so long that it missed the opportunity to talk to the young people why we are discussing these issues. After 20 minutes, they start to ask, but Ms. Brugger, what if not enough will come? And this is when I say, yeah, because everybody in a democracy has free choice what you would do. And it depends what you will decide at the moment. And so I think this was a wonderful example for how everybody can contribute in the way that fits for them. Thank you very much.
Yvonne, you have the very last word then.
I just want to say incredible gratitude to the people who have been helping those in need and do the walking. And I think this way, if we follow the agendas year on year on year on year, we'll see the progress and we'll see how we can actually build it together.
Thank you all. And with this, I will hand over to Ralph, who is going to give us the wrap up for today.
Thanks a lot. Maybe wrap up is a little bit too overambitious after such intense, substantial and rich discussion this afternoon. If you allow, I will switch in German. This makes it a little bit easier for me to figure out at least some personal conclusions and topics to remind, and which are still resounding in my brain from this conference. Womit beginnen? Ich meine, jede realistische, komme gleich nochmal auf diesen Begriff zurück, jede realistische Politik beginnt damit, sich klarzumachen, was der Fall ist und was auf dem Spiel steht. Und auch wenn es keine neue Erkenntnis ist, ist es eine, die wir immer wieder argumentieren müssen, dass es in diesem Krieg nicht um einen begrenzten Territorialkonflikt geht. Land gegen Frieden funktioniert nicht als politische Lösung für diesen Krieg. Und dass es auch nicht nur um einen regionalen Krieg geht, der die Ukraine betrifft, sondern dass es in diesem Krieg um die Zukunft Europas geht. Und die russischen Ambitionen viel weiter greifen, als die Ukraine wieder zu einer russischen Kolonie zu verwandeln. Das ist natürlich ein starkes Motiv für Putin. Ich glaube auch ein persönliches Motiv. Aber das Ziel ist sehr offen formuliert worden von Putin selbst und anderen russischen Offiziellen. Sie wollen zurück nach Jalta und sie wollen die dominante Macht in Europa werden. Das Zweite, was mich immer wieder beschäftigt hat beim Zuhören, war, dass wir nochmal uns klar werden müssen, was wir unter Realismus verstehen. Ja, es gibt ja in der nicht nur deutschen Debatte, auch internationalen Debatte, man kann es auch in Foreign Affairs nachlesen, immer wieder diesen Appell, wir sollten jetzt nicht irgendwelchen visionären, utopischen, irrealen, illusionären Zielen nachjagen in der Ukraine, sondern realistisch bleiben. Und realistisch bleiben heißt dann immer irgendein Arrangement, irgendeinen Kompromiss mit Russland finden. Aber Realismus, und ich finde, das kam heute ganz gut in verschiedenen Beiträgen heraus, ist eben nicht einfach die Fortschreibung des Status quo. Und realistisch sein bedeutet hier zu erkennen, dass die russische Bedrohung nicht verschwinden wird, wenn man jetzt einen Appeasement-Frieden mit Russland schließt. Weder für die Ukraine noch für Europa. Und was mich mit am meisten beschäftigt aus den Diskussionen heute, war dieser Appell, wieder mutiger zu werden. Zumindest wir, die die Freiheit haben von Thinktanks und von öffentlichem Nachdenken, was die Ziele dieses Krieges anbetrifft. Und vielleicht ist es am Ende tatsächlich ein realistischeres Ziel, zu sagen, man muss Russland der Fähigkeit berauben, Krieg zu führen, als zu versuchen, zu irgendeinem Kompromiss mit Russland zu finden. Das erfordert natürlich viel von uns. Das Problem ist ja nicht die Ukraine. Das wurde auch, finde ich, sehr schön gesagt. Die Ukraine ist die Lösung. Das Problem liegt in Europa. Es ist sozusagen unsere Handlungsschwäche, unsere Unentschiedenheit, unser Mangel an Dringlichkeit, unser Mangel an Geschwindigkeit. Mit unser meine ich die europäische Politik. Das ist das Problem. Und das heißt auch, dass wir uns nicht damit begnügen können, Appelle an die europäischen Regierungen zu richten und uns selbst immer wieder zu bestärken darin, dass man die Ukraine entschiedener unterstützen muss, sondern, dieser Appell ist hier gerade formuliert worden, wir müssen selbst viel aktiver werden, um unsere Gesellschaften zu überzeugen, um Mehrheiten, politische Mehrheiten abzusichern dafür, dass man jetzt nicht diesen Krieg um jeden Preis irgendwie beenden muss, sondern dass wir uns klare Ziele setzen müssen an der Seite der Ukraine. Und das heißt, wir müssen in die Auseinandersetzung stärker gehen mit denen, die lieber heute als morgen zu Business as usual mit Russland zurückkehren wollen und die sagen, was hat denn dieser Krieg mit uns zu tun? Und das ist nicht nur die AfD. Das hat durchaus eine Resonanz in unserer Öffentlichkeit, gerade in Ostdeutschland, aber nicht nur dort. Und das ist nicht nur eine Frage des politischen Willens der Regierenden, sondern es ist eine Frage, dass wir politische Mehrheiten für diesen Kurs gewinnen, verteidigen, immer wieder erneuern, dass es in der Ukraine um unsere eigene Zukunft geht und um die Frage, in welchem Europa wir leben wollen. Das ist mehr als nur eine Sicherheitsfrage. Ob wir in einem Europa leben wollen, in dem Völkerrecht gilt, in dem Verträge gelten, in dem das Gewaltverbot gilt und in dem es Respekt vor Demokratie und Menschenrechten gibt, oder ob wir in einem Europa leben wollen, in dem das Recht des Stärkeren herrscht. Und ich glaube, dass doch eine Mehrheit der Bürgerinnen und Bürger empfänglich ist für diese Argumente, aber es braucht Akteure, die sie immer wieder vortragen. Noch ein Wort zu Russland. Ich meine, wir, LibMod, haben ein Russland-Team mit Kolleginnen, die aus Russland kommen, zum Teil. Wir arbeiten mit russischen Oppositionellen, mit Menschenrechtlern zusammen, und zwar schon seit sehr, sehr vielen Jahren. Einige von ihnen sind tot, umgebracht worden, einige sind im Straflager, die meisten sind inzwischen im Exil. Wir können und wollen Russland nicht auf ewige Zeiten abschreiben. Also nicht die Möglichkeit ausschließen, dass Russland sich irgendwann doch in so etwas wie eine moderne europäische Nation verwandelt. Aber Volodymyr und andere haben darauf den Finger gezeigt. Politischen Wandel hat es in Russland immer nur nach militärischen Niederlagen gegeben. Und damit Russland sich irgendwann in ein Land verwandelt, vor dem man keine Furcht mehr haben muss, vor allem die Nachbarn keine Furcht mehr haben müssen, muss es seine imperiale Mentalität loswerden. Und diese imperiale Mentalität wird es nur loswerden, wenn es in der Ukraine scheitert. Und deshalb ist es auch in unserem strategischen Interesse, alles zu tun, damit Russland in der Ukraine scheitert. Vielleicht noch kurz zu diesen 2 Modellen für die Zukunft der Ukraine, die Jefen hier in den Raum geworfen hat. Finnland oder Israel? Ich würde jetzt nicht so einen großen Gegensatz zwischen Finnland und Israel konstruieren und Israel immer noch nicht abschreiben als Demokratie. Aber womit er natürlich recht hat, ist, dass die Ukraine eine klare Antwort braucht, ob wir das ernst meinen damit, mit der europäischen Integration, und zwar mit der vollen europäischen Integration, einschließlich einer Beistandsverpflichtung zwischen den europäischen Demokratien und der Ukraine, die auch eine europäische Demokratie ist und sogar an der vordersten Frontlinie dafür kämpft. So, und das entscheidet sich nicht nur an der Frage der militärischen und finanziellen Unterstützung der Ukraine, sondern es entscheidet sich auch darin, wie ernst wir es mit ihrem EU-Beitritt meinen und wie schnell der vorangetrieben wird. Ja, den jetzt, wie der Bundeskanzler irgendwann mal so, ja, das auf die ganz lange Bank zu schieben, zu sagen, das ist nichts, was jetzt in den nächsten 2, 3 Jahren ansteht, das ist die falsche Botschaft. So, und die Frage der europäischen Integration der Ukraine, das ist nicht nur eine wichtige Botschaft für die Ukrainerinnen und Ukrainer, glaube ich, zu sagen, ihr gehört zu uns, sondern das ist auch eine Frage der künftigen Handlungsfähigkeit Europas. Wir brauchen die Ukraine, nicht nur wegen ihrer militärischen Stärke. Sie ist auch ein Asset für die Energiesicherheit Europas, für die Ernährungssicherheit Europas, für unsere technologische Innovationsfähigkeit. Kurzum, die Ukraine ist keine Bürde, sondern sie ist ein großer Gewinn für Europa. Dafür war diese Konferenz hoffentlich ein kleiner Beitrag. Vielen Dank. Und ganz am Schluss noch einmal vielen Dank an die Dolmetscherinnen und vielen Dank an unser Team. Vielen Dank an alle Referentinnen und Referenten und an Sie, dass Sie uns heute so interessiert gefolgt sind. Bleiben Sie uns gewogen.